You wouldn't care why. What's up? You know what day it is. Be like you. In my face. Ah! It's Tuesday, boys. Happy Tuesday, boys. Please just look me in my face. Ooh. All right. Forgive me. I've probably listened to this song 100,000 times. Please and tell me I'm sins for you. Oh. So good. I'm begging, darling, please and tell me I'm sins for you. Can't just say I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Like you. Can't just say I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Everything's okay. Sexy, confident. Let's get a mashup. Sexy, confident. I like your eye makeup today. Thank you. Baby, please believe me. Get easy. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba. Oh, the best. I will never forget the first time that I heard that song. And I was at no, not the first time I heard the song, but the first time I heard it live. And I was at Lollapalooza. I was 22 years old. And it was the first time that it was the first time that I was with my friend whose name was Molly. And we had a really good time at Lollapalooza listening to that song. She's the best. She was wild back in the day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's married now. She's living that domestic life. But her and I back in the day, it was magical. Pure Scale, thank you for the 13 months. Whatever, thank you for the 18 months. I don't know how I got here. I don't know how I got here either. Safari, thank you for the 13. Lonerism, thank you for the 5. Extra Lime, thank you for the 17. So apparently I keep rating Mafia Jinx just as she's ending. I did that last night. I have a very special set of skills. And that very special set of skills is rating people when they're ending stream. I'm like, bye. And it's one of those things where when you get a raid and you're ending stream, you're like, oh, it's very nice. Thank you so much for the raid. But then you're like, oh, now I feel guilty. Ending stream, all these people just got here. It happens. I go on weekends with my friend Lucy, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah. And then we raid into Ari's and he was also about to end. Nobody wants to get off their asses and stream anymore. You know what I'm saying? You know? I think the first time you both raided into each other. Yeah, we did that. So I was late tonight because I was doing some fun voice dubbing for a Korean show on Netflix. They said I'm not allowed to say what it is, but I've done this show before. So it was really fun to be back. Voice dubbing it's a very interesting form of acting. Asian Scales, thank you for the 8 months. It's a very interesting form of acting because you're performing, but you're not performing as you would as an actor. Like, it's kind of awkward and you feel like you're doing a really bad job. You don't feel like you're doing a good job because dubbing, which is when they record a language, in a language that's not what the language of the show is. So when I go into dub, I do English dubbing, and I've done this on a number of Korean shows on Netflix now. But you have to match it up to the actor who you're dubbing for. It's very helpful when I can't pay attention to subtitles. You guys know my stance on dubbing. I always say, if you can, watch the original version with subtitles. I get that it's not always possible, but I do. It's one of those, like, I say this as someone who's done dubbing. I just think the original version without the dub is better. Like, I will watch the scene back with my dubbing, and I'm like, oh, there's just kind of an there's just always a little bit of a flatness to it. Dan, thank you for the 23 months. I'll never get used to the non-mod views. Streamers too big. My head is so large. But anyway, so you have to match up the words, the dialogue, to the actor who's performing, and it's very specific. So it shows you a screen, so you're looking at the screen with the scene, and then they have the dubbed lines that you have to read, but you have to read it very specifically. So they'll have like line breaks in the dialogue to match up as close as possible the mouth movements of the actor in the scene. So you want to try to like land on those beats as best as you can, and then match the vibe of the actor. And typically they'll hire actors to do dubbing who have a similar sound to the actor in the scene. So the actress who I have been dubbing for in this Korean show, we have similar intonations. But yeah, the tone, the pacing, it's like, that's your most important job. So even though, yeah, it's acting, it's more so lining it up perfectly and trying to emulate the actress or the actor in the scene. It's a lot to think about and consider on top of the actual acting. Yeah, so it's a fun exercise, because the only thing that I'm really acting with is my voice. That's it. So like I said, I feel as if I'm always doing the worst job possible, because if I were actually acting in the scene, then it's a different requirement. But I can stand there and let's say it's, I have to say like, how could you do this? And then it'll say heavy panting. You just go, how could you do this? Type of thing. But the rest of me isn't acting. Like, it feels like soap opera acting, kind of. I'm like, how could you do this? No! Stop it! Yeah. So it's different. It's different from like voiceover work or character, like voice acting for, let's say I went in to do an animated show where it's actually like me as the actor providing the initial voice for this character. So then I get to do whatever I want. I don't have to tailor it to what somebody else has done previously. Does the original actor have heavy panting in the same scene? Yeah. And so what I've realized so much too with dubbing, so much of it is gasp, pant, like all these like, like, can we go back to 2246 and can we just, can we pick up a gasp there? I'm like, yep, you got it. Yeah, heavy breathing. I feel like I can recognize the voice actresses who dub for Cate Blanchett and Jane Fonda. There are some people who that's their whole career. You know, they might do other things within voice acting, but that's a lot of what they do. You must have to get in your body a lot for some of those. Yeah, sometimes it depends on the scene, but again, it's not challenging in the way, like it's a different type of challenging, but not challenging in the way as if like I were the actor performing the scene myself. Satan, thank you for the 17 months. Nonstop Otterpop, thank you for the 22 months. Have you ever dubbed games? I haven't. No, I've only done dubbing for Korean drama on Netflix. I love K-dramas, but I never watch dub. I'm going to try to listen out for you now. You know what's weird? I don't know if you would recognize. I think it would be hard to pick out my voice. Maybe not. Maybe if you watch my streams all the time, you're very familiar with my voice, but I don't know. I don't think it's something where if you're watching a Korean show, you'll go, oh, that's Caroline. Because I'm not necessarily doing, like, it is my voice, but it's not how I would necessarily sound if I were doing it not in a dub. Acting in a recording booth with no actors to bounce off of seems like it must be a big adjustment. Yeah, if you were to record what I looked like in the booth, it would be very embarrassing. Voices also sound different through different microphones and different audio processing. Yeah, like the system that this company that does all the dubbing for Netflix uses, I'm not an audio expert, shocking, but it's so sensitive that how I'm talking on my microphone here, I would use like 1/4 of the volume that I'm using, because it sounds so loud. It's so sensitive to my voice. I saw a clip of Ian McKellen crying on set because he was struggling to act with just a green screen instead of having others on set. You know who I am so impressed with? I'm so impressed with Chase Crawford in The Boys. He's so good. He's so good in that show. And then you remember that half his scenes, he's acting with himself. Every time he's with one of his underwater creatures, that man's acting like to a wall. You have a very distinct voice, but you wouldn't be talking like that in everyday casual context. Yeah, I wish I could pull up an example of one of these shows I've done, but I don't think I'd be able to find it here, and then Netflix would probably crucify me. But I did a show called Hellbound. Hi, adore. It's this show. So I did the dubbing for this actress. I'm her dub now. I've done a couple shows. that she has been in. Isn't that so funny? Like when she's in a Netflix show now, they, you know, high likelihood that they asked me to do the dubbing for her. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, so that's my girl, Kim Shin Rock. And I don't know if there's any.
Firstly, an angel appears to prophecy.
Has like the dub over it.
The angel says the name of the recipient first. They are then told when they will die and that they are bound to go to hell. When the time comes, the executors of hell are going to fulfill the prophecy.
When am I going to Korea to meet her? Yeah, good question. Wait, what the fuck? I watched this? Did you watch it with the dub? Yeah, that's my voice narrating. So that's the show. Yeah, so I dub for the character of Park Jong-ja. Park Jong-ja. Well, that's at least how they had me pronounce it in the show. Every time I'd have to pronounce a Korean name during the dubbing, I'd be like, can I hear that again? And then I would say, that doesn't sound right. That sounds really bad. You were in a movie with Jake from State Farm? Was I? Wait, I what was it? Do you watch the final version when it comes out? No. I haven't watched any of the shows that I have dubbed. I did watch a little bit from Hellbound, like one episode, so I could send it to my family and be like, do you recognize this voice? Do you get those types of gigs through your agents? Yeah, that's my my manager. The show came up in my recommendations the other day. It's in my watch list. Well, like I said, I'm always subs over dubs, but if you want to hear my voice doing a dub, then go for it. The series was crazy. That's all I can tell y'all. I was also I was doing dubbing for a show, and the director was talking to me as if I had watched the show, because I was doing the second season, and she's like, yeah, it's so exciting, blah blah blah. You remember in the first season? And I was like, yes, yeah, totally. If you want to hear real acting, then do the dubs. I'm trying to figure out what God in Court. Oh my gosh. Oh, this fucking movie is yeah, so that is really, I fucking forgot. I totally forgot. So when I auditioned for this, the director wanted me to play Farah, which was like one of the four leads. But then he was like, look, I'm sorry, but I have to go with this actress because she had a couple more credits than I did. Not much, but she had a couple more credits. And then after she booked this movie, she booked the show AP Bio. And I was like, that should have been me. I didn't even audition for the show, but it's like, that should have been me. But no, this was one of those real low budget films. Haven't watched it. What's this director up to? What's he up to? I don't think it's good. I'm not sure. It's on. I think I play a Scientologist. But yeah, that's always a fun feeling when you have auditioned for a low budget film and they're like, I'm sorry, but we got to go with the person who has 2 more credits than you do. You're like, okay, all right. Is it ISM or I think it was originally called God Incorporated. I don't fucking know. It was God Incorporated. It was ISM. Who knows? Next movie night, I don't know. Let me see if I can just find the scene that I'm in.
Waste of my time.
Visa?
God, why does my voice sound so high? You guys, that was my voice.
Didn't I?
No, you didn't fail.
Is that how I
To be honest
sound?
with you,
Okay, here's a scene I did. Is that me?
I'm just doing research for a business school project.
No. Well, in that case,
Also, this is mine and Will's friend Kevin. He's Jake from State Farm, but I've talked about him before. It's funny because Will and I both have separate connections to Kevin. I had blanked that we were both in this movie because we're not in a scene together. But yeah, I used to work with him at one of the clubs that I worked at. And then Will worked with him at BuzzFeed. And then also I know him because he went to this conservatory school right by where I went to school. And so one of my best friends who transferred from the conservatory to SLU was friends with him. So it's like 6 degrees, not 6 degrees, separate connections to Kevin.
can I offer you a flavored mineral water?
Yeah, sure, that would be great.
Hey.
Like a good.
All right, now maybe just wipe your...
It shocked me. It literally shocked me. You said it wouldn't.
It's because you're sweaty. Just
I look like a baby.
let go.
No. I've never failed anything. I'm not gonna fail this. You're turning it off. I failed. I failed, didn't I?
No, you didn't fail. It's not a pass-fail thing. It's just a thing.
So I pass?
I think this is like the
Actually,
second scene. I
I've
don't
never
know.
seen a candidate more in need of our services than you. You'll just fill out this paperwork. Visa or MasterCard?
The noble
Wow, was my voice that high pitched?
Eightfold Paths is
That seems so high. Is that me? Yeah, I guess that was.
being moral.
I guess that would have been. I want to say it was 2017 when I filmed that. So 7 years ago. Your real voice is so much different than your streamer voice. But this is my voice. It's been 84 years. This is my voice. I don't know. Life was hard, I guess. Life really wore down on me. I was so young and high-pitched. Auto-tune, maybe. I don't know, because sometimes I see clips of things that I was in, and it seriously doesn't sound like my voice. So, I don't know. Maybe it's the mics that are used. Maybe my hopes and dreams were just totally dashed. Whoa.
buddy, hold on. You're telling me presidential
New man carrying. Does he put out one of these every day? He just cranks them out. Or the vaping. No, it's just called aging and becoming more serene.
Oh, hold on, buddy, hold on. You're telling me presidential nominee Barack Obama needs my credit card info? Uh-huh. Because Joe Biden got secretly kidnapped by bad guys in Afghanistan? Uh-huh. And he'll pay me back after securing the ransom money? Uh-huh. And I can't tell anyone because of 4 reasons?
Sounds legit.
So my credit card info is 69. Well, hold on there, buddy. You're telling me Donald Trump needs my personal bank account info because the moon landing was faked, but now we...
Did you guys see the Donald Trump fundraising email where it was like, "Dear Caroline, I got shot." That was the first one.
have to do a real one and take real pictures to prove a point? Uh-huh. And if I don't give money, I'm a bad person? Uh-huh. Sounds like I have to do it then. I'm a swing voter. Consequently, I'm very gullible and easily duped. If you have a swing voter in your life, make sure to show them some love. They're very confused and probably a danger to themselves and others.
Deanie, thank you for the gifted.
Have a nice day.
Dude, as somebody who used to send out fundraising emails, they are so thirsty. Katie got a text that he loves her. That Donald Trump loves Katie? What the hell? Where's my text? I got a text from Trump campaign asking for money right after he got shot. Can you imagine if like every person who ever has gotten shot like gets to send out mass emails and text messages being like, "I got shot. I need money." Do you get DNC? No, it's okay. I don't want to jinx it. I don't really get texts. I don't get those text messages anymore, which is totally fine. I don't get the calls, I don't get the texts. Weird question, but what body washes will use? Dove? I don't know. Wait, there's like a special brand that he likes. Aesop, I think. I don't know. Aesop or Dove. Donald Trump is crowdfunding his medical bills. Yeah. There's a GoFundMe for him. Poor guy. He's got a GoFundMe for that ear. From Trump. Never surrender. I will always love you. And I will. Oh, man. They missed the opportunity to put a picture of Whitney here. I will always love you for supporting me. Never surrender. Never give up. I constantly get texts like, "Hi, this is Prominent Democrat. If you don't vote, we'll die." Yeah. Like I said, as someone who used to send out fundraising emails, fundraising emails and texts and all sorts of stuff, they are very cringe. Extremely cringe. Yes, sorry about that. I have to order a new mic stand this week. Remind me, I got to do that. Dems asking for money after Biden flopped in the debate. Oh yeah, after every debate, after every big story, after like basically any moment in politics, that's when the mass emails go out. Like, I remember when I was working on a campaign, when we would be leading up to like certain times in the campaign, we would push really, really hard. You would do like extra fundraising pushes, and sometimes it was sending out multiple mass communication a day. The lampshade is unusually even today. That's because the lampshade is announcing that it's straight. Did those pay off? Yeah. Yes. It's crazy. The reason that they do it this way is because they raise money from it. If campaigns didn't raise money by doing this, they wouldn't do it, but they do. If they want money, they should ask for money to get Biden off the ticket. Yeah. Like, all right, I'll give you $20 as soon as Joe Biden steps down. You know, Trump is ahead in the polls. Fill out this petition saying you still stand with Joe. Yep, exactly. Could you see when people would text back stop? No, it's like an automated system. So it wasn't like me sending out individual texts to donors. But a lot of the fundraising, like the bulk of the fundraising that I would do was phone calls. It's what we would call call time. It was the worst. Call time is awful. Candidates hate doing call time, and fundraisers hate doing call time, but you have to. And you would like separate calls into, some campaigns aren't automated. Yeah, it probably depends on the campaign. Anyway, I didn't ever deal, I don't remember really dealing as much with text message fundraising. A lot of it was email, phone calls, that kind of thing. But yeah, for phone calls, we would split it up into cold calls, warm calls, hot calls, or something like that, where the warm calls and the hot calls were the ones that the candidates preferred to do because those are people who have given them money before. Those are their donors, their repeat donors. So those are easy conversations to have. And then cold calls are brutal. I hate reading people's political opinions on the internet. I certainly don't want to call dozens of random motherfuckers and talk to them about it. Yeah. It was not a fun part of the job. Do people answer their phone? Yes. You guys, I know that we young people are not phone answerers, or like people who use Twitch probably aren't answering the home phone, don't have a home phone, aren't answering your cell phone. Like the younger generations are the I don't answer phone calls generations. But older people answer their phones, and they still have home phone numbers. Do you have any crazy call stories? I can't even remember. It feels so long ago. I mean, it was a decade ago, to be fair. I feel like most of the time the calls would be like, the bad calls would just be like, fuck you, take my number off your list, fuck you. Every so often you get some 80-year-old who hasn't talked to anyone in weeks, is ready to talk for an hour. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So there's calls that you make for fundraising, and then there's calls that you make for like other campaign stuff. So trying to get people to register to vote, trying to get people to go to the polls. Like if you're doing a survey, or if you're doing a poll, trying to get the temperature, trying to like check in as to where people are. Hi. This is Caroline Kwan with the Barack Obama campaign for president. Do you believe in hope and change? Are you on board with Yes, We Can? Great. Can I count you in to support the future president, Barack Obama, this November? Thank you so much. Except I was in high school when I worked on Barack Obama's campaign, so it was probably more like, hi, since my voice was that high. Hi, this is Caroline Kwan. Can I count on you to go vote for Barack Obama? The scariest part with doing field stuff, like field campaign work, was going in person, knocking on doors. Oh! This is what your texts look like. Please, we must know. Are you still voting for Joe Biden? I love doing dramatic readings of campaign messages. Please, we're begging. Dems need a massive surge today to defeat Trump Vance. Please. Kamala here. You can be unburdened by what has been. Kamala here. Ashley, Donald Trump just announced J.D. Vance as his running mate. And we're all gonna die. We're all falling out of coconut trees. And shattering our skulls. I have to make calls for work to students, and I will never understand people who yell at me for just calling. Girl, just hang up or decline the call. It's a way for people to get their anger out. You know, people need to take their anger that they have out, and they love to direct it at people who cold call them. Door-to-door sales was a nightmare. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. When I worked at a call center, it was not door-to-door. It was just calls, but that was horrible. Ashley! With Trump's announcement of J.D. Vance, everything is going to hell! I want some more. Let me see if I can Google dramatic campaign messages. Dramatic campaign fundraiser. I want like good. I want really good ones. Worst Biden. We're going to die. I need $5 right now, or this ship is going down. If you do not give $10 at this moment, the world is going to blow up. Please. 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 Okay, I can't find any funny like BuzzFeed lists of like the most cringe campaign fundraising messages. We only got 5 minutes. We only got $5 to save the world. Like they think their wording is going to convince people, but it works. It works. Campaigns get money from this kind of stuff. Some 60-year-old named Jan, who's voted Democrat her whole life, lives in the suburbs of Illinois. She gets an email, she gets a text. It's like, Jan, please, Jan, we're going down. We're going down, Jan. For the love of God, Jan, it's up to you. You must save us. Damn it, Janet. Well, now Trump's getting 45 million from Elon. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Musk. Didn't Elon once upon a time try to pretend as if he was bipartisan, that he was like not, that he was both sides, like one way or another? I swear to God. When did that transition happen? When did Elon go full MAGA? Like full Team Trump? I can't even remember, but I know that he tried to be like, I'm in the middle. Was it COVID? So it was after Trump won in 2016. When his daughter came out as trans. Probably, I mean, his daughter being trans is like, I swear, has motivated so much of what Elon does. Because his daughter hates him. Elon's like, and I took that very personally. He decided he wasn't getting enough attention during COVID. Yeah, he's a big baby. When Grimes left him for Chelsea Manning, he's like, I'm leaving you for Trump. How about that? I'm leaving you for Trump. Yeah, dude hated his daughter coming out as trans so much that he bought Twitter to make cisgender a slur and to make transphobia great again. Remember when Trump released, I was just looking at that today. Does somebody have that post? The Truth Social post about Trump saying that he could get Elon onto his knees. Here's what I will say. It is pretty funny how frequently Donald Trump will say stuff like that, and then it happens. He will embarrass people. He'll be like, yeah, he'd suck my dick if I told him to. And then the person that he is essentially mocking and saying like, you're my bitch, does exactly that. Yeah, Ted Cruz. Bro, Donald Trump making fun of Ted Cruz's wife, going after his wife so insanely, and then Ted Cruz getting on his knees, sucking his thumb. Yes, Daddy. Here it is, yeah. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough. The thing about Trump is he is always finding ways to insult people who end up as his sycophants. Whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. It's humiliating. I think that these guys must have a humiliation fetish. They must. Elon Musk must have a humiliation fetish. And Trump knows this. Trump knows he can humiliate them. Trump knows he can humiliate them and can keep humiliating them, and they will get on their knees. Rocket ships to nowhere kind of banged. Rocket ships to nowhere. Yeah, Donald Trump will insult you 20 ways to Sunday. Remember when Elon posted this cringe? Please, sir, can I have some more? Yeah, that's what it is. Please, sir, can I have some more? Those who proclaim themselves socialists are usually depressing. I have no sense of humor and attended an expensive college. Fate loves irony. What would you proclaim yourself as? Anything specifically? A socialist? Wait, I do not remember this. Marx was a capitalist. He even wrote a book about it. Wait, I'm so confused. I mean, he's just stupid here, but is he actually seriously saying that he was a socialist here? Was he trying to do like a joke? Because it still sounds like he's insulting himself. Those who proclaim themselves socialists are usually depressing, have no sense of humor, and attend an expensive college. Fate loves irony. Like, so even though he's like socialist in quotation marks, he's still with this first tweet are usually depressing and have no sense of humor. Yes, Musk claimed he was a socialist before, and Reddit loved him then. Because he was like, socialism is capitalism. So yeah, I'm a socialist. I don't know, man. He is a guy who really fancies himself a grade A troll. He's a 45. How old is Musk? 50? 53? He's 53 years old. He's a 53-year-old man with 100 children. And he prides himself on being like a r/memes king. He is the most hello fellow kid. How do you do, fellow kids? He's only 50. Yeah, well, he doesn't look very good. But the thing is, he's not even actually a good troll. He just thinks he is. He loves the idea that he's just out here memeing and trolling. So desperate for validation. I know. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Grimes calls out Elon Musk after he tweeted that pronouns suck. I love you, but please turn off your phone or give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. This goes down as one of the weirdest couples of all time. Not because I don't think it actually makes sense. Because once you get over thinking that Grimes is like an actual like leftist baddie, then you can see how they end up together. I just mean like weird, as in they're weirdos. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this isn't your heart. So weird. How much of his current decline is due to his trans daughter just completely cutting him out of her life too? I think it fuels a lot of his hatred of the trans community. Like why he made it such a... Why he just like... He became so obsessive. And tailored a lot of Twitter's content moderation like policies. No joke, if you use the word cisgender, you'll get flagged for it being a slur, but you can say the most hateful trans stuff. And Elon Musk will be like, free speech. Okay, guys, I want to talk about this story that I read today in the LA Times. 1 sec, let me grab some water. So there have been a lot of stories in the LA Times the last year about the fallout from the combination of COVID and the double strikes, and how many people in the entertainment industry are struggling. People who are moving out of LA, businesses that are closing down. It's a tough time. It's a really tough time. So I saw this story today and it bummed me out, but then I had an idea. So this is Ursula Boschet. She is 90 years old and she owns Ursula's Costumes. If anybody in here is an LA person, like if you live in LA, maybe you've been here. It was one of the longest standing costume businesses. And for years, Ursula and her seamstresses would hand make costumes. And she had a pretty thriving business for a long time. And it was one of the last like old school costume, like authentic costume shops that was left in Los Angeles, because a lot of that business has gone to Amazon. You know, when people need a costume, they just order online. They go to Amazon. So Ursula's Costumes is a 6,000 square foot treasure trove filled with a warren of smaller rooms stuffed with petticoats, flapper dresses, pirate outfits, gangsters, pinstripe suits, nuns' habits, Western wear, and Roman Legion uniforms. Carmen Miranda headdresses and various hats, military helmets, and animal heads line shelves. There's an animal room where their companion bodies reside, and a period room boasting historical costumes spanning from the 1100s to the 1700s. It's a store in Santa Monica. And an Amazon ad just popped up. Oh my God. Well, I guess this is on Twitch. 1 minute, the diminutive 90-year-old who comes to the shop 5 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. is hoisting a hook-topped stick to pull a shark's head off a shelf. The next, she produces an elaborately brocaded habit a la Française, the one that she calls the Amadeus, for inspection, as if it were business as usual. Sadly, it is not. After nearly half a century outfitting stars in countless films and television shows, as well as civilians for any number of events, Boschet is closing up shop. Earlier this year, she began selling off her entire inventory. For many, the news was another stark reminder that the Hollywood slowdown has claimed yet another institution. Wait, I am a subscriber to the LA Times. Am I not logged in? I don't remember what my login is. Okay, so I saw this story and I had an idea. And I was like, wouldn't it be cool if we did a stream from this costume shop? Tried on costumes, brought some attention to this place that is closing. You know, hopefully can give Ursula some business before she goes out of business. And so I texted the yarn. And I said, look, ladies, if I can get permission to film in this shop and we can like try on costumes and buy stuff and support this precious 90-year-old lady who is going out of business because she can't afford the rent, would you guys do it? And they both said, absolutely. So I'm going to reach out and see if we can do that. It's one of those things that I might need to go here in person. One, just to check out what the store looks like, because it could be maybe emptied out, because she announced that she was closing in February. This article just came out today, but I don't know what the status of the store is right now. And also Ursula's 90, so I don't know if me talking to her over the phone explaining what we want to do would make any sense. So I might try to go like this week or this weekend, pop in, see if I can talk to her and if she'd be open to that. The city once hosted multiple costume shops, but over time, numerous challenges, runaway production, online shopping, the pandemic, and the dual strikes last summer have buffeted many of the once flourishing crafts and small businesses that have long supported the industry. Boschett said that the precarious state of the industry, as well as her age, ill health, and the absence of someone to take over the business, her children are not interested in taking it over, left her with little choice but to call it a day. There was no money coming in, I couldn't pay the rent anymore, and I have bills to pay. So get this. The biggest fan of Ursula's costumes is Kate Beckinsale. Now, this is wishful thinking, but wouldn't it be dope if we end up getting to do a stream and I can somehow get Kate Beckinsale to come? So Kate Beckinsale has patronized Ursula's costume since 2003 when she first walked in with her daughter. I'm heartbroken, she said. Ursula is one of my longest relationships in LA, including my marriage. The shop made Marie Antoinette and Holly Golightly Halloween costumes for her daughter Lily. Beckinsale still comes in about once a month to dress up and rent costumes for herself, her friends, and her family. I've watched some things close that I think that we are worse off without. However, this one cuts the deepest for me. Because dressing up in costumes, that's like magic from your childhood, and she's provided that for a really long time. So yeah, Ursula was born in Germany in the 1930s. Post-war Germany was obviously a mess, so she immigrated to Canada with her husband, worked at a sock factory, and then they moved to Los Angeles where she started working on theater productions. Then in the 70s, she ended up at Disney making costumes there and then decided to launch her own business, which was Ursula's Costumes. The walls of her store are covered in framed autograph photos of scores of actors such as Bruce Willis and Jamie Lee Curtis. In addition to her craftsmanship, Boschett insists one of her charms is that she never made a fuss over a star. We treat them like customers. She also worked on the 1980s television show Cagney and Lacey. While working on the 1984 film All of Me, Boschett said that two of its stars, Steve Martin and Victoria Tennant, met in the wardrobe studio. They later married. She was really nice. She always called me for her private stuff too. Like, I bet she has so many stories. This woman sounds so interesting. What an interesting life that she has had. Michael Keaton came to the shop with his little dog after starring in Batman, and Boschett said she made a miniature caped crusader costume for the pooch. Many of the late night talk shows asked Boschett to make costumes for their sketch comedy bits. Displaying a Christmas card from Conan O'Brien and his costume team, she laughed about having made him a 2-person horse outfit. I had to figure it all out by myself, she said. You don't have pictures of that stuff. Nobody was on top of me. I had to do all the patterns. Ursula's Costumes became the kind of place where directors came or sent their assistants when they needed a period piece or inspiration. Here they could source the perfect pair of cowboy chaps or a medieval hat. It also became a place where the community came to dress up. So many celebrities came through these doors, said Kathleen Uris, a costumer who has worked with Boschett for 21 years. Arnold Schwarzenegger used to sit on the stairs, and Maria Shriver was always talking to Ursula, who made many costumes for their children. Boschett pulled out a photograph with Michael Jackson and one of her former seamstresses, saying he used to come into the shop with his children, but he only cared about the masks. Over the years, Boschett estimates she's made more than 100,000 costumes. That is incredible. While she admits that she sometimes becomes forgetful about names and dates, she never forgets a costume. For her, each piece of clothing has its own story. Pointing to a purple belly dancer outfit with gold lame detailing, Boschett recalled that Jennifer Aniston wore it during an episode of Friends, where she indulges Ross's Princess Leia fantasy. Even as digital effects upended traditional crafts, Boschett said that she has always been able to maintain her business. For many years, during the month of October, the shop was open 7 days a week to keep up with Halloween customers. There would be a line around the block to get in. We had security and fire marshals come in to control the in-store capacity. Just a few years later, though, business began falling off as production started moving to Canada and states like Georgia, lured by attractive tax incentives. By 2015, she had employed just 2 seamstresses. Over time, she branched out selling commercial pre-made Halloween costumes. The front of the store is completely stocked with such merchandise. That must have been such a hard thing to do, where you take such pride in your homemade costumes, in the art of sewing and of costume making and design, and then having to like keep up with a changing business. And so you sell commercialized, pre-made, shit quality Halloween costumes, the kinds that you get at like Halloween Express. But Ursula said even those sales have taken a dive, with customers shopping online for costumes. It's amazing how online shopping really has put so many businesses and industries, or so many businesses out of business, and has hurt a lot of industries. We don't really think about it much because that is just the norm. Most of us do the entirety of our shopping online, and that only became that only increased with the pandemic. Her once buzzing sewing room that long conjured up magic is now silent, and the machines are mostly buried under bolts of fabric. Just one seamstress remains. Ursula has weathered numerous personal woes. In 2009, her husband died. She survived breast cancer and is currently experiencing health troubles. But she says that she never recovered from the COVID-19 shutdown. She took out a $100,000 loan to keep the store afloat, but says she has only been able to service the interest. The pandemic really did it. We closed and we opened up again, but there was nothing going on. By liquidating her inventory, she said she hopes that she can get out from under her debt. For many longtime customers, it's inconceivable that one day soon this shop will be just another memory. And then look at this picture of Kate Beckinsale. Hearing about the closing, Beckinsale has bought about 30 costumes. On a recent afternoon, she showed up with a friend and began rummaging through the racks, trying on a Beefeater costume, poodle skirts, and tiger and showgirl costumes. As Beckinsale perused the racks, joking that she planned to wear the Beefeater suit on her upcoming flight to London, Boschett fished out an extravagant Glinda the Good Witch costume. A few minutes later, she brought out Glinda's oversized wand with a large sequin star on top to give to Beckinsale. But Beckinsale declined to take it, telling her, "You should have that since you actually are Glinda." Oh, man. So we're going to try to do a stream. I need to go get it sorted out to see if this is something that we can do. When I was talking to the girlies, we decided if we can't end up streaming, that we're still going to have like a fun girly pop day where we go to Ursula's costumes and try and help her out and have fun too. Because who doesn't like try on costumes? Hey, you're back. Do you have your VOD up? I don't have time to watch live these days. I usually my VODs post after. Sometimes I remember to click posting the VOD while I'm streaming, but yeah, otherwise they're posted afterwards. XGU Awesomer, thank you for the 7 months. J Baby, thank you for the 12 months. And Eclair, thank you for the Prime. I wonder if you could sell stuff to viewers through a stream to help. Yeah, I don't know. When I was talking with the ladies, Cutie had suggested maybe we do like a full-on charity stream. I think first things first, I just need to figure out if we can stream in the store and like if the store is still open. I checked. Looks like it's still open, but again, she officially announced that she was going out of business in February, has been selling her costumes for 50% off, trying to just make some money before she goes out of business. Like a Tiltify auction? Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Cutie just brought it up. And I was like, yeah, before we figure out what the stream will be, let's just see if we can stream. Jessica Negri would be, this is one of those things where like, if we end up being able to do this, I think it's something that I would want to like repeat. I would want to bring Will. I would love to have the cosplay girlies. Like if Peach and Jessica came into town. You know, it's something where she hasn't announced when she's officially closing her doors. I think it's kind of a slow trickle. Maybe hopefully this LA Times article will give her some give an extra push. It would be great to do a fundraiser for her so maybe she can pay off the loan and extra to enjoy what life she has left. Yeah, I mean, it's sad. It's terrible to think that this woman is 90 years old. She's shouldering this herself because her kids, who are in their 70s, don't want to take over the business. So not only is it like, okay, well, this business is going to die with me, but after 50 years, ending in such a heartbreaking way where the pandemic and the strikes are just crushing this woman. Look at her. She's a cute old lady who's so talented and is, like so old school. And this is just one of those classic old school institutions that we don't have much of remaining. I know denims would be interested. Yeah, I would love to have it be a thing where if the stream works out, if we're able to do it, if it's a success, then bringing other people back. Honestly, Mr. Beast is the only guy I can think of to uplift these businesses. Yeah, I was thinking about that too because, I mean, not Mr. Beast specifically, but this is one of those things that people with big platforms, this is a great use of their platform. You know, you make a YouTube video on a woman like Ursula Boschet. Ursula's costumes, you advertise. Obviously, if you're not in Los Angeles, it's harder to patronize the business, to show up and try to support. But it's still something that, like, that is the power that people with big platforms have when they bring attention to businesses and business owners that need help. Did the article mention her having any relatives? Yeah, she has 2 kids, but they're not interested in taking over the business. And she has a bunch of debt because she had to take out a loan during the pandemic to stay afloat. Blackjack, thank you for the raid. If I had fuck you God money, I'd be funding stuff like this left and right. I'm such a bleeding heart for elderly artists. I know. I am too. It just is sad seeing cultural institutions like Ursula's costumes lose out to places like Amazon. I mean, Amazon isn't the only reason that her business is shuttering its doors, but Amazon and online shopping has been very disastrous for independent business owners. And then it's also like, it's kind of one of those things where as Amazon, as online retail got bigger and bigger and put independent businesses out of business, then like when those of us who are like, oh, I want to try to help small businesses out, well, they were gone. It's like, help out small businesses when you can, but the unfortunate reality is that a lot of them no longer are around, or like they've had to move to online retail. Isn't this a famous drag store? I don't know. I don't know if like specifically it's a famous drag store. I'm sure it's a place that drag queens go to find costumes because it's literally a 6,000 square foot trove of any and every costume you could possibly want. Sad to see a place like that dying. I know. So I'm going to try to, like I said, set something up. Either way, I'm going to be making a visit to Ursula's costumes and letting my theater kid heart just get its fill. Good to see you. Hope you and Will are doing great. Love you guys. Thank you. Doing pretty well. Those scrapbooks must be awesome. She basically dressed Hollywood. Yeah. She's a woman who I'm like, this woman needs a memoir. Somebody do a biography on this woman. The stories that she has. 50 years working in the biz, doing costumes for, all sorts of famous people. It's sad she can't find someone to take over. Handmade's so much better than factory produced. Yeah, there is still Western Costume. So Western Costume is a shop in North Hollywood that's even older. It's 100 years old and has long been the industry's unrivaled wardrobe mecca. So Western Costume is still in existence. But Western Costume had like basically Northern Hollywood, Burbank, like all those areas. And then Ursula's costumes had Santa Monica and Culver City and had like carved out her own place in Los Angeles. Is she the basis of Edna Mode? I don't know, but that would be pretty sick. Thank you for the stream. I had no Wi-Fi due to the guy cutting the cable while I was working on our front lawn. Oof. Yikes. I feel like Spectrum's just always cutting our cables over here. Subathon to buy a shitload of costumes. Oh. I can only imagine the cool shit that I could find in this place. So, alrighty. Well, that's that story, and I'm actually pretty excited with the thought that we might be able to do something cool and help this precious old lady out. Like, there are times that I get ideas to do streams and I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. And then there's times that I have ideas and I'm like, I really hope that this can work out. And sometimes I don't want to say anything, like if I don't get logistics figured out, but I was like, well, this is an important story to share anyway. And if anyone lives in Los Angeles, try and give this place a visit if you can. Johnny, thank you for the 12 months. Maybe she wants to retire. Well, I don't think it's a matter of like wanting to retire or not. I think it's not retiring with an ass load of debt. Even if she's like, yeah, I'm 90 years old. I'm old as hell. I have health problems. I can't do this anymore. It's so awful that she's just, that she's got all this debt because of COVID. She had to take out a COVID loan. And it fucking pisses me off that somebody like her had to take out a loan. And then you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, people in the goddamn Congress with their very cushy yearly salaries and, the money they make outside of that, who all got who all got PPP loans that they didn't have to pay back. Yeah, or like didn't Nick Merckx get a PPP loan? Or Post Malone getting millions in PPP loans and buying a Magic card for $2 million? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, why is this old lady who has this iconic costume business like drowning in the debt of this loan she had to take out during COVID? 10 to 50% off, going out of business. Every day is Halloween at Ursula's Costumes. So yeah, these are like, I'm sure the pre-made ones that she had to pivot to. I am very interested in her homemade costumes, in the ones that her and the seamstresses made throughout the years. I want to like, I want to see like the big storeroom. Amber Rose's ex, Kanye West, got a loan. Yeah, a lot of very wealthy people who didn't need the money got loans. The only costumes available online are the pre-made stuff. Oh, yeah. I figured that. True, I hate the fact that she paid rent for 50 years and now is debt because she can't pay anymore. Yeah, and that the government didn't forgive her loan. The hell. Hate it. You can look at the rental section. Oh. We are selling off our rental inventory. If you're interested in any of our pieces, please call for an appointment. Oh my gosh, I should get an Easter Bunny costume. Damn. Yeah, they don't have pictures or anything. They just have categories. Cutie said, she said, I'll do the Eras tour at home, don't go. You once mentioned wanting to recreate that photo shoot that your actress Ann did. I wonder if you could get the clothes for the photo shoot from this lady's shop. Oh, yeah, true. True. I still want to do that photo shoot. It's just one of those things that I'm like, that will happen one day. Yeah, I really want to do I want to recreate this, which is so fun. The scene, I enjoy being a girl. I'm strictly a female. Also this, iconic. Love it. Nepo baby. Yeah, except my aunt won't have anything to do with anyone. She doesn't like the family, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't want anything to do with the family, and also hasn't really I'm trying to think of the last thing she did. Maybe the Bruce Lee. I don't know. She's still working? Kind of based. Let's see. She was on Good Morning America last year. Okay, girl. Okay, queen. What's she up to?
I never wanted to be an actress. I always wanted to be a ballet dancer. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. They were testing some of my favorite Chinese actresses in Hong Kong for the role of the world of Susie Wong. I was standing there watching the girls, testing, and suddenly a voice says to me, "You want to be an actress?" So a few weeks later, my father receives a letter from the
You're a Nepo
producer,
baby like
and he
Hassan.
said, "We liked your screen test. Would you like to come to Hollywood?" After the film came out, I got a lot of fan mail from
that's
all
great.
over
Great
the
Aunt
world
Nancy Kwan.
asking about the dress. That is a Cheung Sam. It became
She does not bring her old ass to any of the family reunions. She does not speak to
a
anybody.
big fashion thing, and people from Europe were buying it and wearing it, and I thought, wow, this is great, because it's not a comfortable dress to wear. It's just so tight and form-fitting. Many years later, I was in San Francisco. This Chinese lady turns to me
That's
and
a
said,
slaver because the family would eat it
"Nancy,
up. I know.
You played a prostitute, and now they think all Chinese women are prostitutes." I said, "Excuse me, I'm an actress. I play all sorts of roles.
Excuse me, I'm an actress?
This one happens to be a prostitute."
Excuse me?
Something wrong? It's difficult when you ask a minority, a person working in the industry, when they are not that.
That's like when I played a slutty nurse in that music video. Not all Chinese women are slutty nurses.
Many roles available, how they feel about it. This business is a lot of ups and downs, as we all know. It's just like competing for a role, I mean, you get it, you don't get it. You can't really carry it with you. In the early 60s, there were hardly any roles for Asians. It was a strange transitional time, and they were just coming off white actors playing Asians during that time.
Why you ask for me?
Let's go back to that.
Easily the prettiest girl in Hong Kong.
When I first came in, I was playing Susie Wong. Casting an Asian girl like me in the role was one of the first major roles for an Asian actor. And since the film did well, it gave me an opportunity to go into my next film, which was Flower Drum Song. California, USA! Where I get to sing and dance. And I'm trained as a dancer. So it was really a gift, a thrill.
Auntie's a
Anime Wong was going to
trailblazer.
be in the film.
Slay.
And I was really looking forward to working with her. And she passed away shortly before we started shooting.
Anna Wong.
Very good.
Give me a chance and I'll show you.
I know she
Legend.
struggled a lot because it was the early days in Hollywood. And she had to really fight for the roles.
What movie
and
was
not
that?
the roles
Flower
she
Drum Song?
wanted. I mean, she just took whatever she could. So I knew about that and the hardship. The role she really wanted was for The Good Earth. She would have been perfect, and she didn't get it. I think it was an actress.
Yeah, this was one of the biggest crimes in all of Hollywood where Louise Rainier, a white actress, got the role of Oberon in The Good Earth and ended up winning the Best Actress Oscar for it. And that was a role that absolutely should have gone to Anna May Wong.
By the name of Louise Rainier.
Today, I shall not go into the field.
She won an Academy Award for that role. Unfortunately, that was the time that Anna May Wong was living in. I mean, I got it a little bit easier. It's been Asians working since the beginning. So it's just a matter of changes going through the years. It was still tough. I mean, it's still tough today, I think. It's still not up to the equal par. But I think it's getting much better. I have young Asian actors come to me and said, Nancy, it's so hard, it's so difficult. I said, I know it is. Look, you got to follow your heart. If this is what you really...
We got to get Nancy Kwan on the stream. First time that I'll have ever talked to her, we got to get her on the stream. I'm just dying at the thought of getting great Aunt Nancy Kwan, who I've never met, who doesn't fuck with the family. Getting her on the stream. That would be so funny. Caroline's surprised she's not obsessed with you. I don't think she probably knows who I am. When I say she doesn't fuck with the family, I don't mean my immediate family specifically. I don't mean my dad and his siblings. She's just, from what I've heard, she is very isolated. She just like doesn't it just never has had an interest in Kwan family stuff. You haven't met her really? No, I've never met her. No. Like she has no interest in doing reunions, has no interest if family is in town, of trying to get together type of thing. She's too good for us.
Really want to do, then go for it.
Well, hey there,
But yeah, that's Nancy Kwan. We'll get her on the stream. Make it happen. James Wong Howe is the first major Chinese American cinematographer and definitely worth looking into. That's a pretty impressive title. Would you say she's inconspicuous? She's inconspicuous. One of the most famous things that she did was she got this haircut. Let me see. Nancy Kwan, Time magazine. Or not Time magazine. Jesus, Life magazine. No, not this cover. This cover is still really iconic because not a lot of Asians were on the cover of Life magazine. No, I need the Nancy Kwan. Oh no, I just spilled my water. God, why am I always doing this? Oh no. This is why Nancy wants nothing to do with me. Look at me. Oh God, I spilled it all on my keyboard. Oh, shoot. Shoot, did you guys see me fumble that? Did you see me fumble that water? Gosh. If I knew any football references, I would make a football joke there. That's like Eli Manning fumbling the football in the Super Bowl. God. Shit. Shoot. Oh yeah, that's like Aaron Rodgers fumbling the Jets' hope. Good one. I actually was there to witness that. Eli Manning, does he even play football anymore? You need to start using water bottles. I know I had a water bottle I was using, but I left it in the car because I was drinking out of it. There is water in the keyboard. Hold on. I got to press the keys. Please don't all F4. Please. 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 Yeah. Okay. I think I got it. I think we're good. Yeah, please don't die. Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll go to full screen. Man, sometimes I'm still pretty stupid. Yeah, it pulls up like my my W4. Okay. Let's just kind of tip this side. Gosh, I really am. I'm a baby. I am like a child when it comes to spilling things. Okay. Hopefully that will dry. Water's my biggest OP. I know. It really is. I struggle. I am Joe Biden. More and more so every day. Yeah, maybe I need to be like one of those girlies who has 40 Stanley Cups. Maybe that's in my future. Did I say OP? Op? What? Oh, op. Op. OP is original person, right? Are Stanley Cups still a thing? Oh yeah. You kidding? If they, you know what would break society? If Taylor Swift released a Stanley Cup collab. Olivia Rodrigo just did. I'm so surprised that Taylor Swift has not tapped into the Stanley Cup market. OP is original poster. Oh. When Caroline said OP, Parasocial became her great nephew. Yes, I'm great auntie Caroline. Okay. All right. I think we're good there. Oh my God. Okay, this is what I was trying to show you guys. No, I don't think this was the cover of a magazine. I think this was a photo that was taken by a famous photographer. But Nancy went into the barbershop and was like, give me the cuntiest bob. Give me the cuntiest bob that has ever possibly bobbed. And then this picture was taken, and it is still legendary. Like this is an amazing cut, and this is an amazing photo. I used to use that as a reference. Yeah, I am too chicken to ever do something like this to my hair. I don't think this would work on me. Or I think I'd like it for a day and then go, what have I done? But yeah, pretty sick. Pretty sick.
Well, years ago we talked to Tom Moore, then at Indianapolis.
The butt fumble?
You got a busted play here, and then Sanchez gets hit. The ball is loose, and it's alive.
I have never seen this before in my life. Watch this. Vince Wilfork is going to throw Brandon Moore back into his quarterback. He's going to fumble the football. This is what Reggie White used to do to people. Forklift them and just lift them off the ground. Mark Sanchez not expecting it, and it was the backside of Brandon Moore that knocked the ball out.
Wait.
A busted play here, and then, you got a busted.
I'm confused. Look at what he runs in. I'm looking for like I thought he was like going to pick him up by the butt.
Play here, and then Sanchez gets hit. More than
okay, hold on. I gotta slow this down.
Indianapolis, the offensive coordinator, you got a busted.
See, this is why I also can't watch football, because I never know where the ball is. Okay, here's the ball.
Tom Moore, then at Indianapolis, the
here's
offensive coordinator, you got
the ball. Oh, he ran into his own guy. Okay.
Busted.
Let me just computer enhance. Computer enhance. Okay, so he ran into his butt.
Sanchez gets hit. The ball is loose, and it's a
computer enhance.
I've never seen this before in my life. Watch this.
That's pretty silly.
Is gonna throw Brandon Moore.
So he ran right into his booty. You guys see that right there?
is going to throw Brandon Moore back into his corner.
Honestly, football, it's hard. It's hard. How is everyone not running into everyone else's butts? Constantly. Ask Will if he remembers this. When is this from? 8 years ago, the butt fumble? Do you remember the butt fumble on Jets? Did they practice that in the locker room? Yeah, they practice touching butts. He remembers this is one of the most infamous plays in NFL history. Something that I like to do, though, is I like to ask Will if he knows something in a thing that he knows everything about. It's very funny. Like, hey, do you know this guy? He just... I texted him, do you remember the butt fumble on Jets? And he just sent back, ... Fuck you. We don't talk about the butt fumble. Someone sent it to me and I had to slow it down and zoom in. We don't talk about the butt fumble. Oh, man. Oh, that's something that Jets fans have never recovered from. It is their 9/11. Actually, no. They have a literal 9/11 because Aaron Rodgers blew his Achilles on 9/11. Wasn't the game last year where Aaron Rodgers was taken out on 9/11? So they literally have a 9/11? The worst thing to happen to New York on 9/11. He says, I can't believe you've done this. You guys, this is your fault. You told me to ask him if he remembers the butt fumble. It's so bad. I'm asking him. It's so bad. What went wrong? What happened? Was this a big game or something? I mean, I guess every game in football is a big game because they play so few games. It's easily one of the worst plays in quarterback Mark Sanchez's career and in the history of the NFL. On Thanksgiving. Oh. Brutal. Jets crashing into more than just the towers in New York. Oh, good Lord. I can't believe they did this on Thanksgiving. I laughed so fucking hard I saw this live. It was awesome. This is why Jets have a perpetual... this is part of their perpetual victimhood. They just perpetually are victims. Why would you put Will through this on the same day as Tenacious D? I know. He is living his life on the island. He is away from the internet. He's out in nature. And anytime there's news, that I'm like, Will needs to know this. I'll text him and be like, hey, how's your day? What are you doing? He'll be like, oh, Farley and I are playing, yada yada. I'll be like, Tenacious D's breaking up. Okay, they're not breaking up, but the tour, it did ruin the tour. Truly, finally fulfills the meme of this is gonna ruin the tour. Will says we've been cursed because Broadway Joe sold his soul to the devil. Who the hell is Broadway Joe? Why is this in caps? Oh, probably because I broke my keyboard. Joe Namath. Oh, wait. Broadway Joe sold his soul. Okay. Joe Namath sells his soul for Super Bowl. Apparently Broadway, why is he called Broadway Joe? Did he like Broadway? Apparently he made a deal with the devil in order to win the game, which they did. And since that game, the Jets haven't reached another Super Bowl. Joe Namath won Super Bowl III and it united the leagues. Oh. Okay, wait. So they won the Super Bowl and ever since then they haven't gone back? And it's because Broadway Joe sold his soul to the devil. Broadway Joe, he used to wear a fur coat and had a very flamboyant sideline personality. Oh, I saw in this photo. Like this. My man loves a spray tan. Bill Belichick worked for the Jets and immediately resigned and signed with the Patriots. The Jets then caused the injury to Bledsoe that led to Tom Brady getting to start. The curse is powerful. Who's Bledsoe? Is he still alive? Yeah, he's 81 years old. Drew Bledsoe was the Pats quarterback before Brady. Okay, so he got injured. No. Wait, yeah. He got injured. Tom Brady comes in, and thus begins the Patriots' dominance with Tom Brady as the quarterback. I understand. Man, always learning new Jets lore. How does Taylor Swift fit into this? I guarantee you can do a 6 degrees of separation between Broadway Joe and Taylor Swift. Damn. So the Jets have been cursed. And that's why they've sucked. Now it all makes sense. Now I get it. Alrighty. Okay, let's get into some stories for today. Starting with MAGA Queen Amber Rose. I gotta pee. I gotta pee real bad. Drank so much water during the recording sesh. Doing my voice dubbing. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. So, let's revisit Amber Rose, who spoke at the DNC last night.
Is to elect Donald Trump president of the United States.
Okay, if you did not know, Amber Rose has done a total 180 because in 2016 she was not about Trump. Oh, Fan! Fanny Fan Raid. Thank you so much, doll. I haven't seen Fan in a hot minute. I miss my Fanny Fan. What's up, guys? Hope you're all doing fabulously. Hope you had a fun stream with Miss Fan. Welcome in. I am Caroline Kwan, and we are about to talk about Amber Rose, who spoke at the RNC last night. And then this is also for my community who's been here, because I usually like to tell you guys what we're doing. We're going to cover this, and then we're going to cover the Alec Baldwin trial, and then we'll talk about Shannen Doherty. And then my plan tonight is to try and get back into the HBOMBER video before any more time passes, and before I have more of you being like, I'm withering away, waiting for you to watch the rest of the HBOMBER video. This really, it might be the new comedy roundtable. I feel like they're trolling us having Amber Rose and the Teamster president speak. Well, what's interesting with having Amber Rose is that I have no idea who she appeals to. I know why they have her. Mainly because Amber Rose is a celebrity. Not an A-list celebrity, but it's not something that the Republicans are able to obtain. They're not popular with A-list celebrities. So they get people like Kid Rock, they get people like Amber Rose, but they're also trying to portray themselves as a party that is friendly to diversity. So they bring on somebody like Amber Rose, even though Amber Rose in the past has made it very clear that she is not black, even though she's half black. So they brought Amber Rose on, but genuinely, this doesn't do anything, in my humble opinion. She doesn't appeal to young voters. She doesn't appeal to black voters. She doesn't appeal to women. And already there's been a huge backlash from like big MAGA accounts and MAGA pundits over having Amber Rose. They think she's like, Amber Rose is not a porn star, was never a porn star. She did do OnlyFans. I don't know if she does OnlyFans still, but people like Matt Walsh said stuff like this. Wait, where did I go? Shit. I had this pulled up somewhere. Oh, yeah. The RNC gives a primetime speaking slot to a pro-abortion feminist and self-proclaimed slut with a face tattoo whose only claim to fame is having sex with rappers. Truly an embarrassment. Not a single voter will be mobilized by this person. Wait, maybe he's not the one who brought up the porn star thing. I saw a number of tweets from Matt Walsh-like accounts talking about how disgusting it is that the RNC brought on a porn star. But yeah, they're big mad. They're big mad because the slut thing comes from Amber Rose doing this thing called a slut walk, which was supposed to like take back the word slut. So she was a big part of the women's marches in Los Angeles and did this whole slut walk where her and a bunch of ladies walked, and the idea was like reclaiming the word slut. But a lot of MAGA, who are all about, you know, Christian family values, ironically, They hate Amber Rose. They do not like this woman, and we're furious that she spoke at the RNC. Weren't they tits out? I don't remember. Probably can't look that up in case they were tits out. I don't remember if they had tits out.
Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump.
Also, please never get a forehead tattoo. I know some of you might have been thinking about it. I know some of you here were like, wait, Caroline, I wanted to get a forehead tattoo like Amber Rose's. I don't want to sound like your parent who's like, you'll never get a job. Fuck the job. That is a terrible tattoo. Terrible place for a tattoo. The tattoo is her son's name. Why? Your dreams have been crushed. Look, I'm just one person. But this one person is saying, don't get a tattoo there. Anywhere else, truly. Her son's name is Broth Mash. It looks like bitch mash. I don't know what her son's name is, but that looks like bitch mash on her forehead. Oh, it's bash and slash. Bash and slash? This is like my crown, she remarked of the tattoos in a 2023 interview with Entertainment Tonight. Bruh.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believe the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump...
Okay, so Amber Rose's father is white, and her mother is black. So I don't know why she's so shocked that her white father would have supported Donald Trump. Not saying every white person is a Donald Trump supporter, but it would have been more shocking if her black mother supported Donald Trump. Like if we're talking about demographics for Republican voters, her mother's half black. I thought Amber was half black. Amber Rose. She is, okay, her father is Irish and Italian. Her mother is of Cape Verdean and Scottish descent. Okay, so her mom is half black.
Was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump.
And
people have to do their research.
Mikkel, thank you for the gifted.
I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters.
Yeah, a lot of whom are online saying very heinous things about Amber Rose.
I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
Girl, what? Do you not realize that one of the reasons you're there is because you're biracial? Because for Trump supporters, like, your blackness is enough for you to be a black woman? And so they're like, great, a celebrity who's a black woman. Perfect. We can put her on stage and show that we are the party for black people. She did a lot of research and thinks that that is true. Yeah, my question is always, what did you research? question. What was the research that you did that led you to the conclusion that Trump and MAGA are the party who love like LGBTQ and diversity? They use the word DEI as a slur. Not all sources are created equal. I guess like if her sources were OAN, Fox News, then yeah, that lines up.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
Girl, they do not want you. She goes, I went to a rally and there was a Trump supporter wearing a red hat who also had a forehead tattoo. And I realized these are my people. She like happened to find a group of Trump supporters who all had forehead tattoos. She was like, I'm home. This is where I belong.
So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you.
At least the red hat would cover her forehead tattoo.
Love you too.
Except their tattoos were slurs.
I never felt more.
Yeah, they probably thought bash and slash was some like Proud Boy shit. They're like, bash and slash. She's like, oh, actually, those are my son's names.
Free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad.
Her teeth are so white.
Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you.
They are blindingly white.
I love you so much.
She got those Hollywood
Thank
veneers.
you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell.
And he loves music.
Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble, just like me.
Okay, I do love her describing Melania as a smile that will light up any room, because famously, Melania always looks like this. A smile that will light up any room.
Go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am.
I also love, I said this yesterday when we watched it, but I love her being like, I'm just like you. These grocery store prices, gas station prices, it has pissed me off so much. That is why I'm voting for Donald Trump. It's like, no, girl, you're not voting for Donald Trump because of gas prices. You're not in that tax bracket that high gas prices has you going, God damn it, I'm voting for Donald Trump. It's been at least 10 years since she's put gas in a car. Just to quickly revisit my Usher gas story, even though Usher is much more famous than Amber Rose, still, Amber Rose has been around for a long time. When I was working at the club one night and Usher came and he dropped his car off in the parking lot. When he came out later that night, the car was dead because Usher forgot that you have to put gas in cars for them to drive. So the car had no gas in it. And Usher was laughing because he thought it was very funny, because he was relearning that you have to put gas in cars for them to drive. And then he didn't know where the gas tank was. So the security guards went over to show him where the gas tank was. And he was just laughing and having a good old time. And then he left, and we all assumed that he was just, he would send an assistant or somebody to go get the car later. He comes back 2 hours later with a gas canister still laughing, still having a good time. It was like, like when celebrities will go do a minimum wage job for fun type of thing, where he's like, oh, this is hilarious. And then the security guards showed him how to put gas in the tank. And then he drove away. It's one of my favorite stories. I was losing my mind the whole time. I've told that story 1,000 times. And it really is just it's a perfect example of someone who has been famous for so long, is so wealthy that they forget basic things like cars need gas to drive. And he had no idea like where a gas tank would be, didn't know where to look. He was famous at like 15 years old, so yeah, didn't fill his tank likely. Yeah.
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control.
Did he steal her? He had a friend drop him off, so I think they'd gone to a gas station, bought a canister of gas.
And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better.
I like how the left pointing out how dangerous Trump's policies are, how inflammatory his rhetoric is just the left told me to hate this person. It's like, no, the left says, look at how dangerous this person is and why they cannot be president of the United States when they're saying things like, day one, I'm going to be a dictator, when they've like fully embraced this idea of being a dictator. And Amber Rose is like, the left told me, like this is some high school, like this is like an episode of 90210. The left told me to hate you, and I did. But now I've realized that that was wrong. And I've seen the light. And now I hate the left.
When Donald Trump was president.
Yeah, you saying my destructive ideas are destructive is violence.
We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes.
Yes.
Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again.
Good food.
Thank you so much.
I mean, it's fascinating.
When Trump is president, we all get to go to Erewhon. Am I right or am I right? When Trump is back in office, we're all going to Erewhon and we're all getting the $20 smoothies.
To have her as a speaker there, I think she has some 20-odd million Instagram followers.
23 million Instagram followers. So I just have to say, the stagecraft, the sequencing of this whole moment tonight, this is what Donald Trump does best. He's the producer-in-chief, him walking out, Lee Greenwood playing, and then first you're hearing from an everyday American talking, but then a social media influencer with 23 million followers
for him.
Who young people are looking at, and young voters.
The horniness that pundits, and this goes for both sides, let me be clear, like MSNBC or CNN hosts who just talk this way about, about Democrats. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Are up for grabs this election. Throw in there also, Donald Trump is now a meme everywhere. You know, best not miss if you're going to shoot the king. Like, this is what is on TikTok. This is what tens of millions of young voters who are not necessarily decided, they don't have longstanding party affiliation, are seeing. He's making a play there. It's very smart. To be honest, she's one of the most effective communicators we've seen tonight.
I'll admit something. I had no idea who this was. So I looked
I'm
it up,
shocked.
and then I called a friend of mine and I said, "Do you know who this is?" And they didn't know. also a political person. But that's the point. They have put someone on the stage who reaches into this whole...
Yeah, and then you want to know what's happened when people have found out who she is? When people have seen stuff like this?
Not.
No, I'm an atheist for sure.
Not a Satanist.
I'm not a Satanist, no.
And there is a distinction.
Satanists are just, they're atheists as well, but they're just more political.
Okay.
They have like it's actually a very rational, logical religion. They help a lot of people, a lot of women to get abortions.
Not.
No, I'm an atheist for sure.
Yeah, so looking up Amber Rose, seeing that she does OnlyFans, which these guys secretly subscribe to OnlyFans, but outwardly they just call this all the work of whores. The fact that she did this slut walk, that she's all about calling herself a slut, that she's pro-choice, she's all about abortion. I don't know if maybe now that she's Team MAGA, she's changing her tune on that, but there's a difference between Satanists and atheists. No, it's two sides of the same coin. No, they don't like her. No, and a lot of people have voiced that online.
Group of Americans who are not necessarily engaged at all in our politics or in our civics. These kinds of voices, I heard some grousing about this from some of the conservative. This is how you change the composition of the electorate.
Yeah, that was probably the most dangerous speak for the Democratic coalition.
Okay, Van Jones is a fucking idiot. He actually just said that was one of the most dangerous he just said that Amber Rose was one of the most dangerous speakers. First of all, that was like the most chat GPT basic ass speech. All right. Second of all, people don't know who Amber Rose is. And those who do know her are not going to be like inspired by Amber Rose to go vote for Donald Trump. It's like the dramatization of something that is just not the case. And let me hear what else he has to say.
That is a young woman of color. She's describing the experience.
A young woman of color!
A lot of people have, feeling that maybe if you're around too many liberals, you might get criticized too much, or you might not be able to speak your mind. And she spoke to it really well. And she's way more famous than any of us up here. Yeah. I'm going to tell you that, way more famous. And so, to the extent that these guys are trying to bust up our coalition, that was a bunker buster right there.
By the way, and it's one of the things we've been talking about, but there are speakers who speak to the room, and there are speakers who speak through the television screen. She speaks through the camera to the audience at home, not. She's effective in the room, but when you're yelling into the room, that is not communicating directly through the lens.
This person is super talented. Mm-hmm. Okay, like this person knows how to speak plainly and directly, knows how to use the camera, the cadence.
He's definitely subscribed to her OnlyFans.
Of it, they got something there.
He's like, she's really good at making you feel special and asking you how your day was. And wondering if you need a little pick-me-up.
Yeah, and it really is hard. In those big arenas, it's hard not to want to fill up the room. You want to scream and make sure the grandma in the back can hear you. But you're not talking to the 30,000 people there. You're talking to the 30 million people at home. And she was the most effective. You can be heard in the hall, but you're in somebody's living room. She understood that. And I would not be surprised if she doesn't have a political future.
Yeah, you can tell that she's somebody who makes a living communicating with people on the screen, right? She understood how to connect with the camera. That's what she does. It's part of why she has 23 million Instagram followers.
The only thing, I'm sorry, go ahead. The only thing
I just have to say, look, I don't know a ton of Amber Rose because I've just not been an Amber Rose fan, I guess. I don't know like what of hers necessarily there would be to be this huge fan over, but I I'm just, you know what this shows? This shows that media talking heads who spend all day, every day chirping about politics, chirping about all things politics related. They really do have a disconnect with young voters in this country. They genuinely think that Amber Rose having 23 million Instagram followers, which equates to her being this like very effective communicator and an inspirer, like a person who inspires people, just simply by having 23 million Instagram followers is going to like make waves within the Republican Party. Not even just young people, just regular. Yeah. Yes. Regular people in general, let me say, they have such a disconnect between understanding like voters who are either Republican or lean Republican, like being influenced by somebody such as Amber Rose. Because let me tell you, conservative voters who see someone like Amber Rose, they see the fucking forehead tattoo, okay? They see the Hollywoodness. If they Google her, they'll see the Satanist talk. They'll see the slut stuff. They'll see all that stuff. They aren't like, it doesn't matter what she said up on the stage, like, I love Donald Trump. No, that's not the person who these voters that the talking heads here are referring to, who they want as like a symbol of the right.
That is not only you speaking to the people watching, but per some of your
we know what the kids
criticisms
like.
Of some of the earlier African American speakers, they're going to cut these things up into little YouTube videos of 10, 30, TikTok videos, all that kind of stuff, and they'll take highlights, and if they have a good digital operation,
It'll be seen by.
It's going to be seen by a lot more people.
I think it was kind of comical.
If they have a good
Is this man describing content creation?
video, they're going to cut these things up into little YouTube videos of 10, 30, TikTok videos, all that kind of stuff, and they'll take highlights, and if they have a good digital operation,
It'll be seen by.
It's going to be seen by a lot more people.
I think it was kind of comical. The Republican Party is doing this, making this effort to court black.
He's referring to Clippers.
Black voters. And I think that Amber Rose was an attempt, and it was a failed attempt. Amber Rose is not where the culture is. It's not the person that black voters are going to take their political cues for. And it just was weird, quite honestly. And so
Amber Rose is not relevant in pop culture in the way that panel was making her out to be. And like I said, they're just so they are so glazed by the fact that she has 23 million followers. She's a lot more famous than we are, type of thing. But they're so fucking out of touch, man. They have no idea. They have no idea. And I love this woman here being like, they thought that Amber Rose was some big slam dunk. No, people don't care about Amber Rose, or they care in a way where they're like, get this slut off my screen.
when you talk in the group chats, when you're on Twitter, when you're just having conversations, people are like, what did she say? Like, these are my people. And we're like, okay, go ahead.
You are watching.
Okay, go ahead. All right, I have to play Joy Reid's response.
So it's ironic that they were able to recruit this young woman who, and she's a racially ambiguous. I don't want to say she's black because she has said she's not. So I don't want to say this black woman, this woman who is of whatever race that she has claimed.
A young woman of color.
But they brought somebody whose whole career is based in black culture.
Yes.
She used to be on a show on BET. That's the reason most people know who she is. She dated one of the most prominent African-American rappers in the business in the history of hip-hop. So her whole culture came from
Yeah, she's been with both Wiz Khalifa and Kanye West.
black culture, even though she says she's not a black person herself. And the fact that she is now the person they're using to try to recruit young people of color and to say that this is the person who is the endorser of Donald Trump who you should trust, when she won't even claim the culture that brought her to the table. I'm dubious that this will work. I don't know anyone who takes their political cues from Amber Rose, but just in case you do,
I do, brother.
You might want to duplicate doing your own research because she might not have done it thoroughly.
I think when we look at...
Damn, I mean, Joy Reid fucking nails it right there. I love Yubi. Thank you for the 13 months. Yeah, she just read her up and down. And then I want to show you guys this clip. Fuck. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Thought I had this bookmarked. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is from a BET show called College Hill Celebrity Edition, and this aired last year. And this group of like actors, influencers, etc., who were a part of this show are at an HBCU, and they're having a conversation about race and identity, etc. So this is Jocelyn Hernandez. Yes, Jocelyn Hernandez in a fight with Amber Rose, and they ended up not airing the episode or something like that because of what happens at the end of this clip. Also, I watched this clip yesterday and I couldn't stop laughing. Because I didn't know what the context was. But Jocelyn is wearing like half clown makeup, and then you'll see another person pop up in a second who all look at this pop up. Or it's not clown makeup, it's a mask. Wait, we got of that moment. The editing of that moment, she goes, "You want to be a white girl." Dramatic music, and then I don't know who's wearing the mask. Does anybody know? I did not know what this show was until I saw this clip. But this white mask. Shit! Out of respect for all parties involved, we have chosen not to show this fight. College Hill and ASU do not condone violence of any kind. So, to be fair, Amber Rose threw hands first. My favorite line from Jocelyn is, "Ho, why is you here?" She does speak some real shit, though. Look, she was saying some things that I think she kind of clocked Amber. She verbally clocked Amber, and then Amber attempted to physically clock her. Release the fight. I'm sorry, but also the sounds of the fight over this black screen with this dramatic. I need to see this whole episode. Hello. Come on, microphone. Hastily made problematic meme. How do you do, fellow young POCs? God. How do you do, fellow young POCs? So anyway, the only thing that I have seen on Amber Rose on the internet since she spoke at the RNC has not been people going, "Oh, you know what? I love Amber Rose. I feel inspired. What a great pick. She really is representative of of who I am. She's my people, I'm her people. No, the stuff I have seen
Stop being so sensitive.
is shit like this. People reposting this clip. Jocelyn's name was trending because people went back and found this moment when she calls Amber out for utilizing black culture while simultaneously trying to distance herself from being black. Same as what Joy Reid was saying, and that was also trending. And then a lot of people just, like, a lot of black people on Twitter who were like, fuck Amber Rose. Like, this bitch is a loser. And then you had the Matt Walshes. This has 39,000 likes. The RNC gives a primetime speaking slot to a pro-abortion feminist and self-proclaimed slut with a face tattoo whose only claim to fame is having sex with rappers. Truly an embarrassment. Not a single voter will be mobilized by this person. So that's why I'm laughing at that panel of Democrats and Republican pundits who were just absolutely in awe of Amber Rose. And on the Democrat side, like the Van Jones saying, oh, this is really going to hurt the Democrats. She's dangerous type of thing. And the Republicans being like, she is so well spoken and she's such a good communicator type of thing. It's like, no, no. Okay. Because people online respond this way. And then people who are not online, are not going to be moved by Amber Rose having been on stage. It'll either be, don't know who this is, or like, don't know, don't care, or who's this trashy woman? But it just goes to show that political pundits so often have no idea what the hell they're talking about. They're just yapping. They're just yapping all day long. No one gives a fuck about Amber Rose. She hasn't been relevant in years. No one's sitting around thinking, I wonder what Amber Rose is up to. I wonder what Amber Rose is up to. I wonder who Amber Rose is voting for president. Tomorrow, CNN will be airing a story on dozens of first-time 18-year-olds voters getting forehead tattoos that say MAGA in trashy script typeface after they register to vote. Yeah, what's the Republican equivalent of Pokemon? So we have the Democrats have Pokemon go to the polls. Republicans have like what's something related to like I guess Hawk. I did see like Hawk Tua to the polls. They were trying to make that a thing. Vote on that thing. Yeah, they need something related to forehead tattoos. Like going to the polls. Like going to the polls and getting forehead tattoos. Somebody come up with something. Somebody come up with a pitch. Forehead tattoo to the polls. Forehead to the polls. Yeah. Forehead to the polls. Forehead to the polls. That's so good. You guys, the way to destroy the Republican Party. This is how we do it, okay? We all leftists, if you're a leftist, you get a giant tattoo of Sydney Sweeney's breasts. It will destroy MAGA. Say less. Way out of ya. Yeah, I'm going to get mine on my forehead. Of course. But her breasts are proof that woke is dead. Not when we got them tattooed on our foreheads. Bernie bros, get out there. Get Sydney Sweeney's bosom right next to your Bernie tat. Oh my God, this clip is so funny. I've been saving that clip. I've been saving that clip until we cover the Alec Baldwin trial, though. All right. Okay. What do I want to cover next? Oh, you know what? Let's cover this phone call, and then we'll get. I'll get mine on my left cheek. That'll show him. Sure will. What if we already have that tattoo? If you already have that tattoo, then you have to get a Hawk Tuah tattoo. Prove it in the Discord. Yeah. Pixar, it didn't happen. All right. So this is the drama that came out of the RFK camp today. When Robert, RFK Jr.'s son, released a taped phone call that his father had with Donald Trump the day after Donald Trump was shot. So this was on Sunday, and I think this might have the I think this has the call in it. Too bad it looks demented. Oh my God. Oh my God. Horrible. Horrifying. Horrifying. See, this is why you don't want to become a viral sensation, okay? Okay, here's the tweet in case that doesn't have it. Okay, so yeah, his son posted this. I'm trying to find the son's initial post. RFK Jr.'s son Twitter post. It's deleted now. Does anybody have a link for what his son's initial post was? If not, it's fine. Whatever. Whatevs. Okay, so Robert Kennedy Jr. apologized this morning after his son posted a video on X showing a call between Kennedy and Trump. Bobby Kennedy III. God, are they all named Robert? Bobby Kennedy III wrote in his post that the call took place Sunday, the day after the assassination attempt on Trump. You know, it's funny that Trump had time to call Robert Kennedy Jr. and spew crazy anti-vax stuff, but he still hasn't called the wife of the guy who died at Trump's rally. Unless that has changed, as of what I've last seen, Trump has not called the widow. Helen told the Post that President Joe Biden tried to call her, but she declined to speak to him since her husband was a devout Republican and would not have wanted me to talk to him. But she added that she does not hold the current president responsible for what happened to her family. I don't have any ill will towards Joe Biden. I'm not one of those people that gets involved in politics. I support Trump. That's who I'm voting for, but I don't have ill will towards Biden. He didn't do anything to my husband. A 20-year-old despicable kid did. The family has not heard from Trump, she added. Yeah, a lot to unpack there, but the most important part being that Donald Trump did not call the family of the man who died at his rally. The man who, when God saved Donald Trump, took the bullet for Donald Trump. Yeah. Okay, here's the full post. I am a firm believer that these sorts of conversations should be had in public. Here's Trump giving his real opinion to my dad about vaccinating kids. This was the day after the assassination attempt. If I violated some kind of law in posting this, my only wish is to have Dr. Anthony Fauci as my cellmate. This is not a cheap fake or somebody doing a Trump voice. This is the real deal. Wait, I'm kind of confused. I don't know anything about Bobby Kennedy III. At first, it seems like he's saying he's releasing this because he wants to expose his dad and Donald Trump. But then it seems as if he's saying, like, also anti-vax and thinks that Dr. Fauci should be in jail. He's also a cokehead. Oh, well, you know. That's... Where do they live? I was going to say, are they in LA? Yeah. Okay, this is not a cheap fake or somebody doing a Trump voice. This is the real deal. He could have picked a Unity ticket. Instead, he picked JD Fire All the Unvaccinated Nurses Vance. Two-party... Okay. I see now. Two parties, indivisible, under Pfizer, with liberty and justice for some. Yeah, there's also a lot going on in this post. People are, you know what it is? You know what it is? People like Bobby Kennedy and just those who have just worms for brains, they are always surprising you in who they hate, right? Because you would think that Bobby Kennedy would be a fan of JD Vance, and instead he's like throwing him under the bus here. It's like how a lot of conservatives right now are struggling with the fact that JD Vance's wife is Indian, and they're so racist that it's tearing them apart. Where they are, they're like struggling to try and make everything fit their narrative. Okay, so that was the original post, and then this is the phone call.
I agree with you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. Yeah. And, you know, and it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses.
Also, it is interesting because how Trump sounds here on the phone, which is the day after he was attempted assassinated, he sounds like that never happened. Like yesterday had not happened. But then when we saw him at the RNC yesterday, he seemed like beaten down. He seemed exhausted. What the fuck was this filmed on 8mm? Yeah, it's an aesthetic. It's a vibe. Wait, they're getting mad that his wife is Indian? Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is giving Instagram filters circa 2013, when we all would use this filter on the photos that we post on Instagram. Filter. It's an Instagram filter.
38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change. Right?
I'm sorry. Vorlo, thank you for the 9 months. This call out of context, because I'm assuming that they talked before this clip, and I'm assuming they talked after. And Trump is saying like all sorts of crazy shit right now. Like, when that bullet hit his ear, did it fuck more stuff up? Because just thinking of the timeline of attempted assassination, bullets whizzing near his head, and now he's on the phone with RFK Jr.
The size of it, right? It's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times, and then you hear that it doesn't.
I've seen the 20-pound baby too many times.
We talked about that a long time ago. And anyway.
Like even RFK Jr. Even RFK Jr., who says the wackiest shit, looks confused.
I would love you to do so, and I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're gonna win. We're gonna win. You know, we're way ahead of the guy. And you know, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me and he said, "How did you choose to move to the right?" Because you know, so I guess that's people say, you know, if I was looking straight on, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart.
Like, is he on a bunch of pain medications?
The chart was on all the people pouring into our country, right? But no, I just turned my head to show the chart, and something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going right. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
What did they call it? An AR-15? Yeah, that's a pretty big gun. Okay, so Robert Kennedy Jr. apologized for this video being posted of his conversation with the former president, who sounds like he was wooing him for support, and said, "When President Trump called me, I was taping with an in-house videographer," Kennedy wrote on Twitter. "I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I'm mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president." His son had posted the video on Twitter, but has since deleted it. In the video, Trump talks about Kennedy's signature topic, anti-vax, with the former president embracing his vaccine skepticism before the former president sounded like he was wooing him for an endorsement or a role in his campaign. So, there are a lot of people who've said that Robert Kennedy being in the race is just him being an obstacle to Joe Biden. Like, the reason that he is running is to make it harder for Joe Biden to win. Like, he knows he's not going to win, but he is an obstacle in Biden's path. So even his own family, who are staunch Democrats, have said this about RFK. Like, they don't want him running. They can't stand him. They think he's horrible. And they have claimed that he's doing this intentionally to hurt Joe Biden's campaign. And so, like, the idea being that RFK Jr. has cozied up with Donald Trump and they're working something out, right? Now, as far as this video being released, Kennedy says that it was on accident, but it seems like maybe it wasn't. Like, I mean, it's hard to believe that this was an accident. The fact that he knew the videographer was videoing him, and that he and his son are Tweedledee Tweedledum. Like, they're very similar, and his son is all about his father's political career. So it would make sense with all that he actually had posted this on purpose to show that like, he has either Donald Trump's support. He has Donald Trump's support, that Trump trusts him, so that, I don't know, maybe more people will vote for RFK Jr., who like the fact that he has a connection to Trump. I honestly, I don't have the exact answer as to why RFK Jr. would post this on purpose, but I do think that this was on purpose. If he didn't want the other people to hear the conversation, would not have been using speaker on his phone. True. Like, he knew he was being videoed. He has his phone on speaker. It also makes him seem more legitimate that he has the president agreeing with him on all his wackadoodle-doo vaccine conspiracies. I do not think it was an accident. I think it showed RFK supporters that Trump believes what he believes in. Wow, it just clipped itself and posted on its own. Kennedy met with Trump in Milwaukee on Monday, but the independent candidate denied that he was ending his presidential bid. He wrote on Twitter, "Lots of rumors going around about my meeting this morning with President Trump. Our main topic was national unity, and I hope to meet with Democratic leaders about that as well. No, I am not dropping out of the race." Okay, I saw some of you said he also has a brain worm. The brain worm made him do it. I don't get the idea that he'd attract more Biden voters than Trump voters given where his politics are at. No. He will not attract more Biden voters because he's too extreme in a lot of his beliefs. He's like super, super anti-science. But he definitely has support from independents, from centrists, from people who have voted Democrat in the past, but are choosing somebody like RFK over Biden. He also has support from conservatives.
Donald Trump made a phone call to RFK Jr.
Sorry, I got to turn the air down.
Recorded his end of the call, and we have part of that. Let's listen.
Something's wrong with that whole system. And, and it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right?
I've seen it too many times. Trump loves saying stuff like that.
This is Donald Trump trashing the very vaccines that his administration pushed through in a very successful way. And I just want to make a
that's what happened with Eric Trump. Exactly. Poor Eric Trump.
Abundantly clear. All vaccines that are approved or authorized for use have been proven safe and effective through rigorous scientific studies. Severe reactions are exceedingly rare, and the CDC says the benefits far outweigh the risks. The World Health Organization says vaccines prevent more than 4
or maybe
million
Barron. That's why he's 7 feet
every
tall.
year. Critical fact check there, but the fact that Trump is trying to appeal to one of the most well-known vaccine opponents, clearly trying, Audie, to get him to drop his bid and get on board with Donald Trump. What does that tell you?
I mean, I kind of want to defer to Kristen here, but for a time, people thought maybe Kennedy would take votes away.
Barron Trump, born a perfectly normal 20-pound baby, was given a vaccine and began to radically change. I've seen it happen a lot of times.
From Biden, and that was the big concern.
Happens all the time.
And I think that sort of changed after a while as people started to take a look at this very kind of mixed bag coalition of people who are supporters of Kennedy and try to make sense of it. Obviously, the Trump people have, or else this phone call wouldn't have happened.
David, the other thing happening this morning, we saw this kind of, I don't want to call it leaked, but it was an accidentally posted video of a call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. This is fascinating to me because normally a third party candidate.
I also think it's important to remember that even though, yeah, RFK probably had his son post this on purpose, he's not a great political mind. What was the thing that happened? What was the ad that he put out that pissed off the Kennedy family? I can't remember what the ad was. It was crazy. It was like, wasn't he comparing himself to... It was the Super Bowl ad. Yes. It was a copy of JFK's ad. Yeah. So Robert Kennedy is not he's not some brilliant strategist, I guess is what I'll say. So trying to understand him posting this video might be a little moot because I don't think that this is some brilliant political guy who is always like 10 steps ahead type of thing. He literally has missing brain. That as well. Yes. Also, a worm ate his brain.
That we wouldn't be paying a ton of attention to, but this is someone.
You mean telling reporters that there are a lot of skeletons in his closet isn't a good idea? Yeah. When he's asked about the sexual assault allegations and he goes, I never said I was a choir boy. I've got so many skeletons in my closet that if they voted for me, I could win. Like that's that guy. Purple M, thank you for the tier 1.
Who has the potential to impact this race. Why is Donald Trump having an in-person meeting with RFK Jr. and...
Okay, I'm sorry I keep pausing, but imagine the worm is like the rat in Ratatouille, where the worm is now conducting all of RFK Jr.'s actions.
Calling him on the phone, and they're chit-chatting about vaccine skepticism.
Yeah, so let's put the vaccine skepticism aside for a moment here, since we know that approved vaccines are indeed safe and effective in this country. But it does speak to some ideological alignment, and where
That
Trump
image
is
is
still
just
in
making
pursuit
me
of something here. I
laugh.
mean, this is what I find so fascinating. He has the phone call on Sunday.
The
of course,
image of
talks
the
about how he's
worm in
doing
his
after the shooting
brain.
as well, in addition to the vaccine piece. But then the in-person meeting here in Milwaukee on Monday, that is a concerted effort to try and see if there's a way to bring RFK Jr. and his supporters into this Trump fold. It's something that the Trump campaign has been keenly focused on throughout the entirety of this campaign. They are of the mind that there are some real alignments with the RFK Jr. voters, and they saw him as a potential threat, and you see him right now trying to embrace it.
Yeah, and I would also say, I mean, one of the things that we've heard over and over again since the shooting on Saturday is that Donald Trump is actually trying for this message on unity. Now, I will be clear. How long this lasts, if it lasts, we have no idea. Obviously, Donald Trump is not one for a unified message, but the people I've spoke to who are close to him have said that he feels like a changed man. At least he's saying he is. One of the things that he's saying is that he's lucky to be alive. So there is a concerted effort that they're making as a whole on trying to show a united front.
All right. Kristen Holmes, David Chalian, thank you both very much.
Donald Trump is all about living, laughing, and loving. He has changed. The old Donald Trump is gone. It's the new Donald Trump. Emphasis on living. Yes. Yeah, that old Donald Trump is gone with that bullet. Change. He is now Lisan Al-Gaib. Yes. He loves music. He loves his sons, Don and Eric. He just wants to live, laugh, love. Have you talked about the national anthem, girl? No, we can talk about that. I have that pulled up. Okay. So we covered this national anthem performance last night, which is being labeled as the worst national anthem performance of all time. It was not good. And when we watched it yesterday, I said, she seems like she's zooted. Well, Ingrid Andress, who apparently has been nominated for 4 Grammys, she's a country singer. She wrote this. I'm not going to bullshit y'all. I was drunk last night. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to MLB, all the fans and this country I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. Okay. First of all, now I'm going to go out and say, I loved her national anthem. That's kind of a move to get absolutely wasted at this event, at this huge sporting event, and do an awful rendition of the national anthem. Pretty iconic. Now, we don't know anything more than this. So is it something where, like, she got drunk at a baseball game where everybody is drunk and she did a really horrible job singing the national anthem? So now she's like, I have a problem and I have to go to rehab? Because if that's the case, girl, you're okay. Now, if she actually has a drinking problem, then yeah, she needs to go get help for that. I didn't see anything if it's confirmed that she's actually going to rehab. So, like, I don't know if she's memeing here. You know what I mean? I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. Yeah, so I don't know if she's responding to the internet making fun of her performance by jokingly being like, yeah, I'm going to rehab now. I don't know. Are you saying the national anthem drunk going to do rehab now? Like, Avi, I don't know anything about her, so I could be missing that, but seems like an extreme reaction. That's what I'm saying. Right? Like, if this was just a girl who was having fun at the home run derby, who got drunk off of Bud Light, and then forgot, oops, I have to do the national anthem. Who cares? Like that, it's okay. Not a big deal. What's more American than singing the national anthem drunk? Yeah, exactly. Can you get drunk off piss water? You have to drink a lot of it. You have to drink a lot of piss water. Maybe a personal problem being public and she saw it as it was. Yeah, so we have no idea because all we know is based off of like this information here and then the performance last night. So it's one of those things where if this person has a problem with alcohol and is going to rehab, then all love, all light, all love. If this is a joke, okay, like, just joking about like, oh yeah, I was so fucked up, like going to rehab type of thing. But if this is oh my God, My life is over. I have a problem because I got drunk last night. Again, this is not something that I do all the time. Then, girl, you're okay. You're good. Oh my God. I like that you're making this meme. And so by that point I moved on to drunk national anthem girl, but I still appreciate it. RFK Al Gaib. Where is the post that I was looking at? Here. Could just be PR cleanup thing. Yeah. Now, what I will say, if anybody was reacting to her performance and was being mean about it in a way that they were personally offended, that's stupid. Who cares? Genuinely. Who cares? So, I don't know. How bad is it? Should I watch it? Well, we can watch it. we'll run it back.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so bright?
I think actually now it should be a rule that if you sing the national anthem, you have to try to top Fergie and Ingrid Andress's renditions of the national anthem. Like, you have to find a way to one-up them.
Only we hail by the twilight's last gleaming. Who's brought
Just wait for everyone who's like, oh, this is good.
bright stars through the
Just wait.
perilous fight. Or the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part because that is such a drunk person thing to do when you're singing. Like, anybody who's been to karaoke, anybody who's been to like drunk karaoke, where you hit your note and suddenly in your brain, you're Beyonce. You are, you are a diva riffing. This is this is the note. That's your shining moment. And you just do the most and you don't hit a single note. Me, when I'm singing along to Chapel Road, yeah. And you think it's so good, and then somebody posts an Instagram story of you doing karaoke, and you're like, oh my God. Oh, that sounded different in my head. That's not what it sounded like. That's not what it sounded like the first time. I think too, because she's an established artist, she's a 4-time Grammy nominee. She is she's like a serious performer, right? This is not some random drunk girl that they brought from the stands. They're like, "Hey, you want to sing the national anthem?" I think that's also why people were like, "Wait, what? What the hell?" Finding out that she's been nominated for 4 Grammys, and now that you know she was super drunk and you watch this back, it's like, oh yeah, okay, she looks super drunk, she can barely stand. But at the time when it happened last night, people were just like, what in the Sam hell is this? But yeah, when you're drinking, it fucks your voice up. Do I think that this girl can probably actually sing? Yeah, I think so. I don't know her. I don't know her music. I didn't go like listen to her on Spotify. But I do know that when you've been drinking, you are not going to be as good at singing as if you haven't been drinking. And then doing a performance, 4-time Grammy nominee or not, doing a performance in front of a huge group of people is also going to affect your voice. This is her singing live sober.
You probably feel like you've been there before. After hearing all the stories I've been telling you for 6 months now. We'll probably have to sleep in separate bedrooms. Pack a shirt for church because
yeah, she's got a nice voice.
Well, I'm not trying to scare you off, but I just thought that we should talk a few things out before we.
And the other thing with the national anthem is, if you are not a soprano, if you can't belt like Whitney Houston and you sing that in the wrong key, you're fucked. Like, you have to sing it in the key that you can sing it in. And so, you know, not like I need to make excuses for her, but there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that now I understand why it was so bad. Yeah, national anthem, it's not an easy song. It is one that you really have to pick the right key for. I don't think that drinking a bunch and then trying to do the national anthem is a good combination. Maybe there's people who can do it, but I think most people can't. Well, if you knew you were singing Got This Drunk before, you might legitimately have a problem. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I mean, I think my take is that it's pretty funny that she did get drunk knowing that she had to sing the national anthem. You know, that she was just so low key about it. She's like, whatever, as she drank her 15th Bud Light. Now, again, if she actually has a drinking problem, she's like actually an alcoholic, then yeah, that's a problem. But if it's a genuinely, she just didn't give a fuck and was enjoying herself at the home run derby and then got too drunk, maybe drunker than she intended, and then had to do the national anthem. I mean, the national anthem's melody was taken from a drinking song too. Yeah, so it's in the spirit. She was in the spirit of the song. Can you read sheet music? I think this is what she was singing. As painfully slow as possible. Oh, say can. Yeah, really nailing it. You see, excuse me, I've had 15 Bud Lights, so I cannot be doing this right now. Now is not the time. Anyway, girl, keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on, unless you're actually an alcoholic, and then do get help. But otherwise, keep on keeping on. You're fine. It was laughably bad, but in a fun way. That's what I think. Crazed Phase, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on because I got other stuff to cover. So, this might be one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. This is Trish Paytas, who was in Katy Perry's Woman's World video. Guys, remember? Do we need to watch it again? No, we don't. But Trish is in the video. And Katy very clearly has paid her to help promote Woman's World. And so Trish released this video. And I could not stop laughing at it when I was watching it last night. You guys ready?
Okay, oh my gosh, so Katy Perry sent me her new song. I feel like I made it. I feel like this is like a career highlight. I'm like, oh my gosh, Katy Perry sent me her song. And it's like her first song back, so it's like, what is the sound? What is the words? What are the message? I never know what to expect from her songs because they be everywhere. So, all right, here we go.
I never know what to expect from her songs is someone who doesn't listen to Katy Perry.
T.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to listen to the beginning of Woman's World. Is that what T is?
Ooh. No. It could be everywhere. So, all right, here we go. T.
What does that mean? What does that mean? T. Okay, anyway, I'm just going to play this through because you have to, we just have to watch this. We just have to watch it.
Ooh. No. Yes. Ah! Oh my gosh. The drop.
What drop? What drop?
Oh my God, you are so lucky to be living in a woman's world. Oh my God,
is the drop in the room with us?
I'm so proud to be a woman, mother, sister, influencer. Oh, so good. Oh my gosh. Women, we do so much. We do so much. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna cry. 3 weeks after giving birth, I'm like,
woman, mother.
Katy gets it. Mom, pop star, superstar. I love it so much.
Okay, I have to stop it. I have to stop because I'm fucking crying over woman, sister, mother, influencer. Those are the 4 roles for women. Woman, sister, mother, influencer. That's our identity.
So proud to have 2 daughters, and we're gonna live in a woman's world. This is so important. Every woman, everywhere, like, just know we're so important, and nobody would be here without us. I just feel so good now. I just want to go home to my daughters and be like, yes, it's our world. We're taking over.
Holy shit. First of all, get this girl a Razzie Award, okay? Get this girl a Razzie Award because the acting ain't acting. The acting ain't acting, man. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
This is about Woman's World, in case you need a reminder. Oh my gosh. Ah! Yes! Yes, we're living in a woman's world. Woman, mother, sister, influencer. Ah!
The drop.
Okay. Okay. Is the drop in the room with us?
Living in. Oh my God, you are so lucky to be living in a woman's world. Oh my God.
Okay, the other thing is, how is she just hearing the song for the first time? Wasn't she in the fucking music video? Unless this was filmed before the music video, but Trish just released this. Like, Katie finished the song and then sent it to Trish for her to promo it. And then Trish took this video of her listening to the song for the first time and now is posting it. Yeah, plot holes. I'm ruining your immersion. I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm asking questions that need to be asked.
God, yes. It makes me so proud to be a woman, mother, sister, influencer. Oh. So good. Oh my gosh. Women, we do so much.
You know what? Women, we do so much. We do so much, women. It really is a woman's world. It is a woman's world. Women, we do so much. We're out here influencing. We're just doing the most.
We do so much. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna cry. 3 weeks after giving birth, I'm like, oh. Katie gets it. Mom, pop star, superstar. I love it so much.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know we just watched this again. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Misogyny has been defeated. Thank you to Katy Perry's Woman's World and Trish Paytas in her diva hat and her giant oiled up titties listening to Woman's World on her AirPods and reacting to it in a way that's totally authentic. So real. Her mommy milkers have broken the patriarchy. They have. It's the same outfit she wears in the video. Wait. It's the same outfit she wears in the music video. Which means she filmed this while she was on set. So, you know what? I'm going to not inquire anymore because I don't want to break your immersion. I don't want to be the big bad reality police. I want you to believe that Trish Paytas was listening to Woman's World for the first time in this video. I want you to have that. I do. Katy Perry fans are coping so hard. Oh my God. They are coping so hard. They're coming after Chapel Roan. They're like, wow, Chapel Roan's so mid. It's embarrassing. Like, no, it's embarrassing that you're a Katy Perry stan in 2024 and you're trying to defend the trash that is Woman's World by ironically tearing down other female artists. Wait, I just realized something. Both Katy and Capital never said Woman's World was the lead single. They're really having their me moment, but like worse to an infinite degree. Yeah. Yeah. Henza, thank you for the 13 months. Oh boy. Okay. We're going to move on so I can cover the Alec Baldwin trial and we can finally watch this clip that I have wanted to watch with you guys for the past couple days. It is also a clip that I have watched 1,000 times. Okay. Let's start off here. All right. So Alec Baldwin was on trial. He was charged with manslaughter in the accidental shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the set of Alec Baldwin's film Rust. It was a film that he produced and also starred in. And the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, had her trial couple months ago where she was found guilty of manslaughter. She was found guilty of the manslaughter charges that she was brought up on. And of course, Alec Baldwin, being the famous star that he is, there's been a lot of anticipation leading up to his trial. A lot of people thought that Hannah Gutierrez Reed being found guilty was a bad sign for Alec Baldwin, but they were only 2 days, I think it was 2 days into his trial, and the judge dismissed it due to the prosecution withholding evidence. That was the claim that the defense brought up. The judge agreed, and so the trial was dismissed.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zach.
It's a monumental fuck up on the prosecution's part. No matter how you feel about Alec Baldwin, what your thoughts are regarding his case, it's an undeniable fact that the prosecution was terrible. And there have been issues with the state for like this entire process. The amount of fumbles and fuck ups and obvious bias that the state prosecutors have demonstrated from the moment that this happened is really bad.
Some breaking news out of New Mexico. A judge has dismissed Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter trial after a motion from the actor's defense team. Baldwin faced charges for the 2021 accidental shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins while on set of his film Rust. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, was sentenced to 18 months in prison earlier this year on similar charges. Trey Lavelle joins us now. He's an entertainment attorney. Trey, talk to us about what happened in this case.
Wow, this is a bombshell. Pretty much the court.
This is a bombshell.
Just did the absolute worst thing that could happen in this case, and they dismissed it with prejudice, which means you can't bring it again.
Makes me question how many other cases the prosecutors fucked up and went through anyway because the defense didn't realize. Yeah, I mean, Alec Baldwin has the best defense that money can buy, right? When you're as famous and wealthy as Alec is, you have the best fucking lawyers. But you think about a situation where it's some public defender. I don't want, like, not denigrating public defenders, but a situation where, you know, they're not being paid the big bucks, or maybe they have such an enormous caseload that they are overwhelmed. They just don't have the energy or the care to dedicate to their clients. Then, yeah, it is scary to think about how many other situations that this might have happened in.
Again. And what happened is the court found that the conduct of the prosecution fundamentally impacted the fairness of the case. And that's a really deep statement. And so, I don't know if I've ever seen a situation like this where the court has actually dismissed a case based on something like this, but it's a shock. And the judge just clearly was irate and clearly was not going to have it. And I think the prosecution kind of had a theme of not providing discovery, playing some games. This kept being brought up in pretrial motions and some earlier activity. And I think it just collectively, hit the judge's ire, and she dismissed it.
Yeah, she said, quote, the late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. Explain for our viewers a little bit more about what happened in terms of ammunition being categorized under a different case number and how all of this might impact Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's case as she tries to move forward with her appeal.
Sure. So a witness comes forward who's a former detective, and he provides to the prosecution, to the detectives, some bullets that he said he got from Seth Kenney, and that were the same type that were used on the Russ case, on the Russ set. Now, as soon as you get that, a detective normally would say, oh my God, this goes to one of the pivotal questions in terms of how did the ammunition get on set. It would lead to an investigation. They would take that in as evidence, first of all, and file it in the Russ case. Then they would start to do an investigation to just talk to some witnesses, and try to get to the bottom of exactly what this witness was talking about. Rather than doing that, they take in the evidence. They do no further investigation. They file it in a separate file, not part of the Russ case, and nobody says anything, and they don't tender it to the defense, which it is a breach of the number one obligation that a prosecution has, is to provide all evidence to the defense.
Yeah, so they've still never discovered how live ammunition ended up on set, which is terrible. Like, that's the biggest question. How, nice pause. Sorry, dude. How did live ammunition end up on the set of this movie?
And so when they did that, and then when this defense brought a motion to dismiss based on that, rather than just having a hearing, the judge dismissed the jury and wanted to hear testimony and really got into this because it really spiked some ears that she was going to take this very seriously. And then when she started to hear the testimony, and I believe after Morrissey, who's the prosecutor, even she got on the stand to testify, which is very, very unusual. She found that it was just reprehensible and dismissed the case. Yeah, it's a shock.
Thank you for the 13
How unusual
months.
for one of the prosecutors to call herself as a witness to the stand and testify. And
the prosecutor took the stand.
For her co-counsel then to also resign in this very dramatic case. But let's not leave that question unanswered. What are the potential implications for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed?
Okay, so there could be some big implications because Gutierrez-Reed was tried by the same prosecutors, which is largely the same evidence. And if they withheld that evidence from Gutierrez-Reed's counsel and her defense, there's a big question whether that would have made a difference in the trial. Now, in this case, one of the issues was the evidence of the live ammo that was brought to the detectives. There's a question whether or not how much it really would have impacted Baldwin's defense, because nobody disputes that Baldwin did not bring the live ammo on the set, nor did he load the gun with it. The issues with him are his conduct at the time of the incident, whether he was criminally negligent in the way he handled the gun. So one of the arguments is that, hey, even though they didn't provide this evidence, it really wouldn't have impacted his case as much. But that's not the same with Gutierrez. This was a source of the ammo, which could have explained how it ultimately got to her. And once you have a piece of evidence like this, you don't know what it's going to lead to. All of a sudden, you start questioning, the witness that brought it in. He gave you some more names. You start questioning those people. You start getting invoices. You start seeing paper trails, maybe with the Rust set. You don't know where this is going to lead. But all that was prevented when the prosecution failed to tender it over.
All right, Trey Lavelle, thank you for joining.
Wild. Okay, let's watch Emily Baker. Commercial. I think this
The
is
state of New Mexico has charged Alec Baldwin for the fatal shooting of Helena Hutchins on the movie set of Rust in New Mexico, October 21st, 2021.
Is the movie still in production? No, they finished it.
The allegation here is that he recklessly handled the firearm because he pointed it at cinematographer Helena Hutchins and pulled the trigger while the hammer was cocked. The Rust armorer in charge of the weapon, Hannah Gutierrez, has already been charged, tried, and sentenced in this case to the maximum potential sentence of 18 months. And the defense, as we heard in opening statements, said Alec Baldwin is the shiny object. He was an actor acting. Everyone else was in charge of making the weapons safe. And when it was handed to him, it is his job to act. And in the world of movie sets, things that might be reckless in the real world are part of movie magic. Yes, they said movie magic in their opening statements. Is she going to rule from the bench?
Dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And
she might dismiss
case
this.
law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to what.
That's what she's going to do. That's what she's going to do.
So in order
That's
to
what
establish
she's
a
gonna
Brady
dismiss it.
violation, the defendant must show that the
She's going to dismiss it with prejudice. Did you hear her words? And to do that, I have to make a very good record.
So
that seems like
in
exactly
order to
what she's going
establish
to
a
do.
Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecutor.
Like I said, the prosecution team has been awful from the beginning. Like the clear bias that they demonstrated against Alec Baldwin has caused problems from the get-go. This is what a live reaction looks like. I love now that we live in an era where trials are live streamed, and so lawyers now have made a career out of reacting to trials, breaking down legal jargon that us normies don't understand, and then creating content for YouTube.
Prosecution suppressed evidence.
Oh,
the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense.
Baldwin is going to walk.
So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor.
Suppressed? Yes.
This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense.
She's finding evidence was suppressed.
And provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied.
Satisfied.
The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence.
Where are they?
Has
New
even
Mexico.
been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late
She's making a
juncture
record
because of the
to dismiss this
non-disclosure.
case with prejudice.
Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental
They should put chat on a giant screen in the courthouse. Yes, great idea.
fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is
Who's the
material.
woman who's
the late
crying?
discovery of this
Satisfied.
evidence during trial has impeded the effective
I don't know if she's related to Helena Hutchins.
use of
I'm not
evidence
sure.
in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings.
She is pissed.
The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins.
She is so mad.
I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper.
She is going through
the
every
assessment of
prong and making
sanctions
a record
depends
to
upon the
dismiss.
extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state.
There it
Quoting
goes.
Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery.
Here's a scary fact. In building a database of 5 years worth of discovery claims, it's found that these kinds of violations, like the one in Alec Baldwin's trial, where the prosecution did not disclose information that would have been, could have shed light on the question of how lethal rounds made their way onto the set. These kinds of violations happen in 10% of cases where such a claim was raised. In fact, what may be more surprising is that the violation in the Baldwin case came to light before and not after a grave injustice occurred. Again, probably due to the fact that Alec has a very expensive, large team of lawyers. Yeah, how can a trial be fair if the defense does not have access to all the evidence?
The order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently
highly culpable,
also with the prosecutor, pursuant to Hancock's testimony,
that part,
that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching.
Wow.
Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless
you have to watch some of the prosecutor on the stand. I don't know if it's included. I don't know if it's included in this. Maybe we'll, if somebody has like a clip or something.
And the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late.
Do you think
that
he's
it
realizing
undermines
that
the
he's going to
defendant's
walk at
preparation
this
for
point?
trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
She's dismissing it.
Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus
Wow.
The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted
Baldwin.
in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
That is the only remedy.
The motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Baldwin walks. This case cannot be brought again. This case is over.
Wait, Stephen Baldwin is Haley Baldwin's father. Is that who was that? Steven or was that Bill?
Back to the jury. I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take
Based
care
on
of the
the
jury.
behavior
We are in
That
recess.
this is
law
pretty
enforcement
wild.
and the prosecutor. Baldwin walks because law enforcement and the prosecution withheld evidence in this case. I am not surprised that we're seeing Baldwin crying and hugging his family. That is awful for the victim's family. This has no bearing on his behavior on set. This has every bearing on law enforcement's behavior.
Yeah, so again, doesn't matter how you feel about Alec Baldwin, whether you think he should have been charged or not, etc. This is still terrible for the victim's family because the prosecution fucked up. The prosecution did not do their jobs. Like they deserve all the responsibility for having this trial resulting in a mistrial. You know?
In this case. Yesterday, the defense team was absolutely
right.
on
It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to totally fuck up that the case does not continue.
Back foot. Yesterday, the defense had made critical errors in this case, assuming Baldwin's statements to police would be kept out. And today, the defense got this case dismissed with prejudice because of the withholding of evidence by law enforcement and the prosecution. Because as the day went on and as the witnesses came in,
there's
the evidence that the prosecution and police withheld evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution knew, law enforcement knew, it was under another case number. And when there is horrific behavior, the only remedy to sanction the state is by dismissing the case against the defendant, which can't feel like a remedy to the victim's family, but is what the interest of justice warrants and requires and mandates.
Do you really think that Alec intended to shoot the DOP and the director? No, I don't. I've also made my thoughts on this pretty clear because we've covered this a lot. I don't know where you're getting that. I think Alec Baldwin intentionally tried to kill the DOP and intentionally killed the cinematographer. That's also not what he was on trial for. He wasn't on trial for murder.
The end of day 3 of Alec Baldwin's trial in Rust, a day that was completely taken over by hearings on the defense motion to dismiss that was filed last night and brought up yesterday. And
I wasn't directing it to you, Caroline. Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at Chatterino, which shows messages at the top. So sometimes if maybe you were responding to something in chat, that's my bad.
And argued.
Or when I responding to something in chat, I meant responding to something in the video. But I thought you were saying that to me.
Day today with a full hearing, the court dismissed the case against Alec Baldwin mid-trial with prejudice. This case is over. He cannot be prosecuted any further for any actions taken on the set of Rust. That does not end his civil liability and the multitude of civil lawsuits against him and producers on the set of Rust. But there are also some indemnity agreements as a producer. So some of those suits against him aren't civil suits against him personally. They're against him as a producer, and others will have to pay for.
Yeah, Helena Hutchins' family said that they are going to be suing Alec Baldwin, that they're going to bring him back to court, back to civil court.
That for the most part, there are some suits against him personally, not as a producer, and those have not been fully litigated yet. But this case against Alec Baldwin
They
is
should bring
over.
a case
the
against
reason the court
against
dismissed the case with
state, yeah.
prejudice after making a thorough record and a full hearing where Carrie Morrissey took the stand, where Erlinda Johnson, the other special prosecutor, walked off of the case midday. I mean, Baldwin walked out of court yesterday. Erlinda Johnson quit in the middle of the hearing today and walked out, because what became clear today is that
crazy.
Evidence related to this case, not from the set of Rust, but related to the case today, we learned that law enforcement checked it into evidence under a different case number, and it was never disclosed to the defense. The prosecution said, this didn't come from the set of Rust. We don't think it's relevant in this case, but under their Brady obligations, they don't get to determine that relevancy. The court determined in her ruling that that evidence was impeachment evidence. Also, the defense has a defense of intervening causes. Somebody potentially sabotaging the set, somebody bringing live rounds onto the set. Those are potential intervening causes that can go to defenses. So the defense asked to see all the ammo in the case. They weren't shown these rounds. The prosecution heard that somebody dropped off these rounds. Mr. Teskey dropped them off. They were booked into evidence under a different case number, and nothing connected them back to this case number. And the defense was not aware of all of the rounds of ammo that were sitting in evidence. The ones in the photographs shown in court yesterday didn't appear to match anything from the set of Rust. But when they came into court today, there were two that absolutely matched what was on the set of Rust. And that was the problem. The prosecutor keeps saying these aren't from the set, but it doesn't matter. They weren't turned over. So what the court did today to dismiss this case was a sanction against the prosecution and the police behavior of not turning over evidence. It is a severe sanction, but when there are discovery violations that damage the defense, that can impede the defendant's constitutional rights, that is the only remedy. And it is rare, but that's what happened here. So whether or not Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger, whether or not he would have been found guilty by this jury, it is completely irrelevant. The court dismissed this case. It cannot be tried, and Baldwin's trial is done. Baldwin's prosecution is done. And for him, this is completely over in a criminal sense. Only the civil cases remain because of the behavior of the prosecution and law enforcement. I was stunned today when the lead investigator got on the stand and said, I had never seen this before. The lead investigator on the case never saw the things that were checked into evidence by the crime scene tech who also worked the case until today. And then there's body cam footage of it that no one had seen till today. And then the prosecution says, I never saw any of this until today. Absolutely shocked.
Yeah, just as a reminder too, the assistant director, David Halls, the first assistant director, he was the one who handed the Colt 45 to Alec Baldwin, that then Alec Baldwin fired, and that struck Halyna Hutchins. And he was sentenced to 6 months unsupervised probation because he got a plea deal. He pled no contest to the use of to the negligent use of a deadly weapon, and so he was able to get off. Like, if they were going to charge Hannah Gutierrez and go through the trial, and same with Alec Baldwin, it's pretty wild that the guy who handed Alec Baldwin the gun was able to plead no contest.
Shocking. And that is why the court ruled this way. I can't imagine that that feels good for the victim's family. It has to feel horrific. But the constitutional rights of the defendant can't be overrun by the state. Once we saw the IO say, I talked to the prosecution about this and we put it under another case number and we booked it in as a document or whatever. Once she said that, I think my exact real-time response to that was, once she said that, you could see that the court was done.
Yeah, David Halls did not do a final check on the gun, FYI.
The prosecution knew, and it was never turned over to the defense. And that's it. So every time I say courtrooms should be accessible, courtrooms should be streamed, this is why. I can't even wrap my head around how this would be reported and how I would even understand that. This is so wild. Yesterday, the defense was completely on the back foot, misunderstanding the court's ruling. Yesterday, the prosecution had rattled this defense to the point where lead counsel Spiro was stammering. And today, as this motion went on, you could see the prosecution go from, we don't need a written response, to, oh, and the defense was relentless, the way that they should be. But what an absolutely wild flip of events in 24 hours in this case. Absolutely wild.
Prosecutor taking the stand. Fucking hell. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
You're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidence.
She does.
Call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened, and the court knows what happened.
I
I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
She's not.
Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
The judge is like, you don't have to take the
happy
stand.
to, you know,
This is fucking wild.
It doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to
The judge is basically like, you don't have to take the stand, and I also don't think that's a good idea.
defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness,
terrible idea,
there's
Carrie.
no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
To defend
And I am.
She's calling herself as a witness to defend her name.
It was my understanding that the court
This is a
indicated to me
bad
previously
idea.
that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it.
I have a bad feeling about that.
You've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it.
Look at Stephen Baldwin. Look at Stephen Baldwin.
I have a bad feeling about this.
On the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
She's so combative with the
Oh
judge.
my God.
She's
All
like,
right,
never
Ms.
tell me the
Morrissey
odds.
voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand.
Death Star.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Carrie. This is a terrible fucking idea. I'm living. I mean, I'm living for us to all witness this happened. But
I am
for
living.
you, this is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea. Wow, that's too loud. I don't know what
I was wondering where that screaming came from.
Ma'am, the court gave you every out. She's like, we fucking ride, motherfuckers.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in
ride.
this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father.
No.
I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion,
Like your personal opinions and trying to defend your character doesn't matter. It does not matter. And in fact, it just makes it worse doing something like this.
of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training
Just
camp.
that I was here in the chat.
When that was over,
I was here.
leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ props and they took the entire container.
Is it often that court trials can be live streamed? So it's actually a newer thing and it's being done in effort to provide greater transparency. So trials being live streamed like this is still relatively new. I think it depends state to state what kind of protocol they use to determine if a trial will be live streamed or not. Like in California, if the audience seating is at capacity or the court is closed to in-person appearances, then they will proceed with live streaming.
And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kenny gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence.
Did he say, give me everything tonight?
Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ props that were originally in Texas
I am not breathing.
did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of
Bro, it's so embarrassing watching her go through this because it's not changing the judge's mind. Obviously, we know it didn't change the judge's mind because we know the outcome of the trial, but the judge made it clear that nothing that you say up on the stand here, you taking the witness stand, nothing that you say is going to change the outcome of what you did. So I don't give a fuck about what your motivations were or weren't. I don't care about all the little details. I don't care about like your intentions. It doesn't matter. It's still a violation. As a victim's family, could they have requested for a change in prosecutor or no? So I believe that you can file a request to change the prosecutor on the case. I I think it's probably hard to prove that there's a conflict of interest or any other reason why the prosecutor should be removed. So I'm sure it rarely happens. And I'm sure like you can't do it at a certain point in the trial.
The evidence
The fact that she was cross-examined too is so funny. I know.
So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left.
But yeah, important to keep in mind that the prosecution represents the state, not the families, not the victim's family exactly. So there are cases where the victim's family doesn't want charges to be brought. They don't want a trial to go forward, but that's up to the state. If the state decides to, state decides to charge someone and take him to trial, then that's up to the state.
Arizona, the filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust.
But the ammo he brought into law enforcement wasn't.
We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state.
Oh my God, this woman, she's just going on and on and on. Can she get disbarred for this? She could. It's I can't attest to like if that will happen, but yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, Brady violations happen quite often. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that many times it's not discovered until after the trial is over. And a lot of times it's not discovered at all. But when it comes to a prosecutor committing a Brady violation, I think if it's minor, they might be held, like they might be censored, they might receive a warning. If it's major, if it's like a blatant violation, if it is shown that they intentionally did it, then that's when it would lead to possible disbarment
of Arizona.
Except that they went to Texas. What?
I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch.
He said that
was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then
Ashley, you watched this whole thing. Should I skip to the cross-examination? Is there anything else? Skip to the cross. Okay.
Go ahead.
When you took over this case,
cross-examination,
Mr. Schilling left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So
It was a timing issue?
when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson.
Is that why they approached? In the middle of this, they said, Erlinda says she needs to approach. Did Erlinda walk out of court? Did Erlinda walk up and say, I'm removing myself from the case?
So everyone jumped off the sinking ship. They're like, I am not going to be. I'm not going to be associated.
Wait
a second.
Time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
Today.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
What?
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate.
I don't think that's...
Erlinda resigned today.
Okay,
because
there's no way. There's no way because they would have known ahead of time that this was going to be a public hearing. And so she wouldn't, if that was the case, she wouldn't have done even
She didn't think this should be a public hearing? Carrie, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's what that is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What?
Get a compliance with 5501.
We love
correct?
Erlinda.
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time.
You're on the
I did
stand.
not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the Sheriff's Department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Belle Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
Okay, I'm skipping this.
You know, that is absolutely untrue.
She's like, I
actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciate it.
This is the part. Okay. Wait.
Absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of Rust.
But that's not everything.
The truth of this matter is you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue.
She's like, I
actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that.
Oh my God. Okay, this is the clip. Sorry, not Trish. This is the clip. Say what you will about Alec Baldwin, but this man has comedic timing.
I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not.
I just want to give props to whoever runs the live stream for keeping it on Alec Baldwin. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting coverage of Alec Baldwin throughout that entire thing.
I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that.
I'm sorry. We have to watch that 100 more times. I've already watched this so many times, but it's perfect.
The witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not.
It's so unserious. It's so perfectly comedic. It's so perfectly comedic. That you told them that Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker. Oh my God. Okay, we have to break this down again so we can look at everyone in the background.
Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that.
I do not recall saying that. This woman, I don't know who this woman is, but she has been serving the funniest faces. Every time I see her in the background, she's doing something. Like, she's doing
During
something.
an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that.
She's pogging out. God, I don't know how every person did not absolutely break. Holy shit, man. I've watched this conservatively 400 times. Oh my God. Did you see the old man in the back? This guy right here?
Appreciated.
That you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
Yeah, he goes. That startled him. He's cupping his ear. Sorry, did I hear that right? Did I hear that correctly?
I know that was some.
Holy shit.
The way his head whipped around. Different C word in court today. We'll see how YouTube likes it or not. Different C word, but appropriate for a Western movie. Oh my God. Did you see his head whip round?
On Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that was something that
it
Mr.
never
Baldwin
gets old.
would say on the set of Rust.
Oh my God.
I don't recall saying that.
Did you deny that under oath?
Do you deny under oath that you called him a cocksucker?
Without having more information?
This is the fucking lawyer. This is the prosecutor, y'all. This is the prosecutor.
I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say
I do not recall ever saying that Alec Baldwin is a cocksucker. How dare you, you cocksucker?
I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
That sounds about right.
To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
This is why this was such a bad idea, Carrie.
You deny that?
Oh my God, you dumbass. They can ask you anything when you take the stand. That's the kind of thing where if they brought that up, if the defense brought that up just normally without her being on the witness stand, that would be an objection.
Without knowing what you're talking about? All I can tell you is that I can't respond and I don't know what you're talking about.
She did this to herself.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spyro, I want to give a full response to your question.
Oh, fucking hell. What are we doing?
I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is responsive.
I don't want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not.
And that's where it's going to go.
I have no further questions.
And that's where it's going to go, to plea negotiations.
All right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
I did not call that man a cocksucker, Your Honor. Ma'am, you also didn't tell them about the evidence.
All right, any other witnesses?
Well, that
Are we
went
done with the
well.
motion hearing?
That went well. That was a really good decision on behalf of the prosecutor. Smart. Super smart. Wow. You know, if you're ever the victim of a crime in New Mexico, that's who you want. That's who you want. When your mom says something last Thanksgiving, you remind her of it. She's like, I never said that. That's what my mom sounds like. I'm like, yeah, Mom, remember when you said this? I never said that. What? I do not recall saying that. Moms love to gaslight. They do. Moms are the biggest gaslighters in the world. Classic, my mom's always forgetting really shitty things she says to me. Yeah, and when you say it back, call me like, yeah, you said this and this and this. No, I didn't. Well, I didn't mean it that way. The mom gaslighting goes real hard. Did you react to Tenacious D? I have not reacted to Tenacious D yet. We talked about it in the Discord earlier. If I have some time in the stream tonight, then we can chat about it. Okay. Let's talk about Shannen Doherty, who passed away a couple days ago. Shannen Doherty, who was a she was a teen icon in the 80s. She was a woman who elevated bitchiness. She brought bitchiness to a whole new level. And I think her first major, her first major role, it was the Heathers. Okay. It was Heathers, which we watched on stream. I just wanted to verify that it was Heathers. But yeah, so Heathers came out in 1988. And that gave Shannen Doherty her first major role. And then that is what led to her being cast on 90210, which was Aaron Spelling's show. So she was on 90210. And then the other role that she is most famous for is Prue in Charmed. So I've never seen 90210, but I did watch Charmed and I did watch Heathers. And Shannen Doherty, she had this amazing way of delivering lines that were cruel, that were very bitchy, but she did it in a way that it elevated it. Like it was, she was equal parts like the sweet innocent girl, and then also this villain who was just frightening, like absolutely frightening. And then in Charmed, in Charmed she plays a different character than she plays in 90210, and that she plays in Heathers. But Charmed, she felt like the center. She really felt like the center of Charmed. My sister had every season on DVD and we watched it many times over. Yeah, and I always forget, because I didn't watch the later seasons of Charmed, but I forget that Shannen Doherty left after season 3. because there was all this drama, there was a debate over whether she was fired or she quit on her own. Charmed was another Aaron Spelling show. So after she did 90210 and then was fired from that, she went on to do Charmed. But reportedly it had a lot of issues with Alyssa Milano, who was one of the other stars of Charmed. And it was this ongoing thing for years. And it was one of those things where once Holly Marie Combs, who played the third sister in Charmed, and then once Rose McGowan, who plays like their half-sister, long-lost half-sister after Shannen Doherty was killed off, once she came forward and was basically like Alyssa Milano was the problem, then that changed the narrative on Charmed. And then Alyssa Milano came out, was trying to be like, no, that's not what happened here. But basically everyone else on Charmed, who was on the main cast of Charmed, attested to the fact that like Alyssa was the problem and not Shannen. But that was like, if you're a Charmed fan, you know that was drama for literally years, because everyone was shocked when Shannen Doherty left the show. And then people assumed that she was fired because she's difficult to work with, just like she had been on 90210, yada, yada. And then over the years, and especially after Shannen Doherty was diagnosed with cancer, she talked more openly about it and was like, had conversations with Rose McGowan and Holly Marie Combs about her time on Charmed, yada, yada. She had this podcast called Let Me Be Clear, where after she was diagnosed with cancer in 2015, and then as it got worse, she was basically like, you know what? I want to set the record straight. I don't want to go out of this world with people thinking things about me that are not true. And so she was super candid on this podcast. She owned up to things that were her fault, but things that weren't her fault. And anyway, from what I understand, from my understanding, it's pretty much, when it comes to the Charmed cast, it ended up Shannen, Rose, and Holly on one side, and then Alyssa on the other. And they were basically all like, yeah, Alyssa's a fucking bitch.
The worst day was the confirmation that I had cancer. That was probably the worst day. And again, the worst day because you just look at the people that you love and go, oh, God, I can't believe I have to tell them this, you know?
Shannen was emotional when we sat down with her in 2016. It was after her breast cancer diagnosis, and she was open about everything, all of it. The chemo, the headscarf she wore because of the hair loss, and the newfound appreciation for every single moment.
I'm present and more in the moment than I ever have been in my life. And I'm just thankful and feel blessed that, like, I have today.
Shannen felt especially blessed for her friendship with actress.
So, Shannen Doherty actually sued her former business managers. She sued them in 2015, I want to say. And she alleged negligence on their behalf, accused them of being negligent, but then also, like, intentionally being crooked and intentionally being shady, and said that they stole from their clients and that they constantly fucked up tasks that they were hired for, one of which included paying her insurance premiums. So she was diagnosed with cancer in 2015, but she says that in 2009 she had hired these business managers, and they were supposed to do all her accounting and all her paperwork, yada, yada. And that included paying her insurance premiums to the Screen Actors Guild. And so Shannen Doherty in the lawsuit alleged that this company failed to pay her premium for 2014 after she received an invoice in November 2013. It was like, they received an invoice in 2013 and then didn't pay her premium for 2014. They terminated their relationship with Shannen in February of 2014, and that was when she discovered that her insurance premium had not been paid, and so she was completely uninsured until the next SAG re-enrollment period for 2015. And so because of this, she didn't regularly go to her doctor in 2014 because she's like, well, fuck, I don't have insurance, so I'll just do the bare minimum. You know, I don't want to have to deal with all this. Well, she ends up getting diagnosed with cancer in 2015 and said that if she had gone to the doctors regularly, then she said that if she had gone to the doctors regularly, that the cancer could have been caught earlier, that they could have started treatment earlier, because it wasn't until she went for a checkup in March of 2015 when she was back on her insurance that doctors discovered she had invasive breast cancer. And it had metastasized to at least one lymph node. So it was not good news. She was told that the cancer had spread during 2014, and that's why in this lawsuit against her former business managers, she claimed that had she been insured, had, regularly visited the doctor, didn't wait till 2015, that the cancer could have potentially been stopped and the treatment would not have been as rigorous, like the mastectomy and the chemotherapy and radiation that she had to undergo extensively. Yeah, so fuck those former business managers, but also fuck the health insurance industry. I mean, Shannen Doherty is a celebrity. She's someone with ostensibly, lots of resources. And you think about how common this story is with people who are not Shannen Doherty, who can't afford to go to the doctor, who, even if they know something is wrong, have to just deal with it. They have to wait. Like, even when you are undergoing treatment, or even when you are like trying to get to the doctors or specialists to figure out what's going on, like, it's so difficult and expensive navigating the healthcare system. And it's just, it's an impossible burden for so many people. And how high breast cancer survival rates are even 10 years out if caught early. Yeah, but it had metastasized to one of her lymph nodes by the time they caught it.
Sarah Michelle Gellar. They sat down for an intimate conversation, Sarah serving as ET's special correspondent.
What's the most important thing that you want people to know about you?
Oh,
I'm gonna throw you a curveball right at me.
I mean, yeah, you definitely just threw one right at me. I don't know. I think that that I'm good. I love it when people say, we're praying for you and everything else, but I'm doing better than okay. I'm doing well. Like, I feel strong and healthy and confident and happy.
And is that why you chose to share your diagnosis?
I mean, the original reason why I chose to share the diagnosis was it was gonna come up anyway, and it is my story. So I wanted to come out with it. But since then, the more that I share, I also want people to not hear stage 4 cancer and think of the person that going into hospice and they can't work, and you get written off so quickly. I'm able to work a 16, 18-hour day.
Shannen was beloved by her fans.
No, I'm not okay. You've turned me into a witch.
Charmed, Heather's 90210.
Brandon, it's not that bad.
Shannen lit up the screen, and in a way, she kind of grew up right in front of us.
If it's not fun for me anymore, then I'm getting out of it.
This was Shannen's first interview with E.T. back in 1982. She was just 11 years old, a child actress who had appeared on Little House on the Prairie.
You gonna go swimming?
She was a teenager when we talked to her in 1988, a young role model, advising other kids to say no to drugs and alcohol.
If I can help one kid, then it'll be all worthwhile.
I mean, who wants to be that much out of control? I know in my personal life, I like to be in control of myself at all times.
I was raised to be very, very strong.
These kids are like, but I love crack!
A lot of morals and a lot of values. I did say no. I think it's all because of the way my parents raised me. I think they did a wonderful job, and I think that they instilled those values into me.
Shannen got her big break that same year as part of a mean girl clique in the 80s cult classic, Heathers.
Jealous much?
2 years later, another iconic role, Brenda Walsh on 90210.
I think what'll make the show interesting is that they seem to be concentrating on a family that's...
Who does she look like? Oh, you know who she looks like? Catherine Newton. Yes. Oh my God, they could be related. She looks, that's they're twins.
Moving out here, and then they have these other characters that are coming into it that have all the different pressures of everything else. I think that the show can really skyrocket and give the audience something else to look at besides the same old thing that they're watching every Thursday night. It's all about a teamwork. You know, it's all about this group of people that get together and go, we want this show to be a hit, and we're going to work hard and stay together to make it a hit. And I think that's very important.
That hard work paid off, and in 90210's second season, the teenage drama became a big hit.
We're not one of those typical shows that it's like everything ends on a happy note at the end of the show and everybody's got the perfect life.
The show often tackled tough issues. Ironically, on one episode, Shannen's character has a breast cancer scare.
So I did the test and oops, I thought that I felt something.
Where?
Here. I'm very big on being a little bit controversial and really getting into issues. And as much as we can get away with, I think that we should. We were picked up for 2 more seasons and we're all very excited.
Shannen was on the show for 4 seasons. She moved on to Charmed, where for 3 years she played the eldest of 3 sisters with magical powers.
It's actually been exactly what I expected, which is fun mixed with a lot of hard work. At least my idea is to do the best show possible and put out the best show possible.
You could see that work ethic when Shannen first opened up about her cancer battle. She shared her fight as an inspiration to others.
I think my message to any of you going through anything similar is to stay strong, have faith, and really lean on the people that love you and support you. And, I don't know, not be afraid to be vulnerable.
Then a bright spot. Shannen's cancer was in remission.
I stand here to support doctors like him who need more funding for research. I stand here to support every single person who has cancer. And I stand here to also support, you know, the husbands and the family that has to go through it, because it's not just me and it's not just people who have cancer, it's the families too that go through it, that it's very hard on.
Before her split from photographer Kurt Isworianko, Shannen posted this tribute. He had been a rock for the star, and she told us how he was at home waiting for her after her diagnosis.
He was standing in the driveway and just...
Shannen was one of those celebrities where, like, if you didn't know her from any of her work, like if you didn't watch Charmed, if you didn't watch 90210, if you didn't watch Heathers, if you didn't watch any of that stuff, you probably still knew who she was because of her cancer, because she was so open about her cancer and her treatment. And she also was going through this for almost a decade. I don't mean to sound I'm not trying to sound callous or anything, but she publicly had cancer for so long, and I hadn't really kept up with her recently, that I was surprised. I was surprised and sad to get the breaking news notification that Shannen Doherty had died, because I she just had cancer for so long, but I thought she was in remission and was still just very active in trying to help in the fight against cancer. Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's she was very sick. She died. But she was just a celebrity who, for the last 10 years, her whole existence has been as someone with a platform who's openly talking about what she's going through, to relate to other people feel less alone, because she wasn't acting. She couldn't act, so she was an advocate.
Hugged me and was like, we're gonna get through this. You're gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this. You're strong and you're, powerful, and you're not going anywhere. You have so much more to do in your life. He's like, we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through it as a family.
Shannen felt better, started working again, and appeared in Fox's 90210 reboot.
I don't think there was any big defining moment where we read it and said, oh, look at what we're doing. It was constantly on the fly, going forward, and kind of sometimes going, I hope that worked.
Shannen said that before filming began, her cancer returned, and now it was at stage 4 and had spread to her lymph nodes and bones. Shannen said she sensed a shift in how people reacted to her.
They look at you like you're
so
dead man
terrible.
Walking, basically. And that they need to say their goodbyes to you or something. And also, work dries up. I enjoy working, and working gives me just another reason to wake up every morning. It's another reason to, fight to stay alive.
I know you were originally hesitant to do the reboot, and I know that there might have been someone sitting right here that really also forced you to do it because they wanted to see you in it. What are your thoughts on just the reboot in general? And
You're right, I didn't want to do it. I have my own reasons for not wanting to do it. One of them is I've played the character so many times.
Don't you want people to know that we mattered?
I say we do it.
Less is more sometimes. So I was just a little trepidatious, and someone very important to me passed away.
You want to come along?
And I got my diagnosis, and it was all sort of within a couple of months together, and it just made me give pause and rethink it. And yes, it was a way to honor Luke, which was important to me, but it was also a way to honor my cancer family by saying, hey, yeah, nobody's gonna know, but at least when it comes out that I have stage 4, I will have been able to say, yes, but I worked throughout it.
I mean, I do kind of miss this.
I was just going to say that. So I had so many friends that were crew members, and everyone kept saying, oh my.
Yeah, maybe I'm just misremembering, but I don't remember. I don't remember reading that Shannen Doherty at stage 4. Again, could be misremembering. But I was really surprised when I saw the news. And it's just really sad.
Goodness, Shannen is the most professional. She just these hours were so long, and I was like, yep, that's my girl. That's my girl.
It's actually kind of nice to be back.
Shannen says she was glad she made the decision to reunite with her 90210 family.
90% of everything that came out of my mouth was improv. None of it was scripted.
I can attest to that.
Brian and I were, and Ian too, we were all sort of just improving. And to have that freedom that everybody allowed us to have, I can actually say that was an excellent experience to actually be in a show where you can just sort of improv and be that creative and free.
After the bright spot of the reboot, A harsh disappointment. Shannen told fans the cancer had spread to her brain. She shared the diagnosis in an emotional video.
That's the hard part, Shannen.
The actress had tears in her eyes as she received radiation therapy.
Everybody's terminal. It's imperative that you keep on top of things.
Open your mouth wide.
Shannen was also fitted with this radiation mask, which kept her head still during treatment.
I wish I could do it for her.
Shannen also filed for divorce from her husband after 11 years of marriage. And another challenge. Shannen said she lost her SAG-AFTRA health insurance. She told ET the stigma of her diagnosis prevented her from finding work.
You get written off so quickly, even though you're still vital and healthy and happy and wanting to, go out there and work.
As somebody with cancer, you want to constantly put it out there that, you're still hireable.
Fucking
You're
awful.
still employable. And that oftentimes for people like myself, it's the work that helps drive us.
Through it all, Shannen tried to stay upbeat. On Instagram, she shared this touching cartoon.
Yeah.
Charlie Brown.
If you're sick, so you can't get hired and you can't get enough, you can't make enough money to meet the threshold that is necessary to get insurance through SAG-AFTRA, your union, then you don't get the insurance, which means that you'll just get, you'll get sicker. There's no hope of getting better if you can't afford your treatment. And it's just like this. Oh, we're going to punish you for getting sick by taking your health insurance and making it much harder to work so that you can get your health insurance back.
Brown tells Snoopy, "We only live once." Snoopy replies, "Wrong. We only die once. We live every day."
I'm just thankful and feel blessed that I have today.
I think the thing I want to do the most right now is I want to make an impact. And I want to be remembered for something bigger than just me.
I'm like one day at a time at this point, and today is a great day.
As long as I can look in the mirror and be satisfied with who I am as a person and know that my karma's good and that I'm a nice person, that's all that's ever been really important to me.
Yeah, girl, you are remembered. You are remembered, girl. Okay, I thought I had. Where's my? Thought I had a video with the Charmed cast. She had a really great sense of humor. Like here she was talking about her wishes for her funeral. So she said, "I want my remains to be mixed with my dog, and I want it to be mixed with my dad. I do not want to be buried and cremated." She said she's interested in the idea of using her remains to grow them into a tree. As for her funeral, she envisioned the guest list being on the shorter side. There's a lot of people that I think would show up that I don't want there. I don't want them there because their reasons for showing up aren't necessarily the best reasons. Like, they don't really like me and, they have their reasons and good for them, but they don't actually really like me enough to show up to my funeral. They'll show up because it's the politically correct thing to do and they don't want to look bad. So I kind of want to take the pressure off them. This is something like Cutie Cinderella would say. They don't want to look bad, so I want to take the pressure off them, and I want my funeral to be like a love fest. I don't want people to be crying or people to privately be like, "Thank God that bitch is dead now." On another episode of Let's Be Clear in April, the Charmed alum spoke about how she was letting go of physical possessions that weren't bringing her joy, very Marie Kondo, in part to make the transition after her death easier for loved ones. It feels like you're giving up on something that was very special and important to you. But it's the right thing to do and that it's going to give you a sense of peace and a sense of calm because you're helping the people that you leave behind just have a cleaner, easier transition. She said she was focusing on creating memories with friends and family rather than material items in her last years of life. I don't need this. It doesn't really bring me any great joy, but what does bring me great joy is taking my mom to the places that she's always wanted to go. I get to build different memories. I get to build memories with the people I love. I'm not digging into the money that's in my estate that is going to make sure everybody in my life is taken care of. In the last episode of Let's Be Clear, released on Monday, July 8th, before her death, Doherty told her friend and former co-star, Holly Marie Combs, that the main reason she continued to work was to make sure her mom was financially taken care of when she died. And then this was a post by Lisanne Falk, who played Heather McNamara, who is now the only Heather remaining as the actress who played Heather Chandler, Kim Walker, died pretty young too. I want to say she died. Oh yeah, she died from a brain tumor. Yeah, that's sad. So Lisanne posted, I've felt quite conflicted about whether I should post anything about Shannen's passing. TBH, Shannen and I weren't friends. I hadn't seen or spoken to her since the cast and crew screening of Heathers, the movie that defined us both in a public fashion. By chance, I had recently listened to her podcast and was genuinely moved by her desire to set the record straight, as she owned up to some of the uncomfortable hunks of truth in her past. We've all got them. Yet Shannen's courage in addressing them publicly as her health deteriorated, well, there's really only one response. How very. That's from Heathers. I am truly saddened to hear the news, and if her portrayal of Heather Duke were to serve as her epitaph, I, for one, as the last remaining Heather, would think it more than sufficient. Certainly no one else could have landed the line, Veronica, why are you pulling my dick? Like Shannen did. Apparently my generation has reached that station in life where it's time we look back in order to try to understand how we got here. Tragically, Heather Chandler never had the chance to reflect, and now Heather Duke was interrupted just as she was clearing her throat. If it is Heather McNamara's fate to have, God damn it, if it's Heather McNamara's fate to have the last word for the Heathers, then let it be this. It's been an honor to occupy our own little patch of the zeitgeist, together as one, out here on the fringe, where all the cool kids hang, a cult classic. Thank you, Heather and Heather. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest, Shannen. You always had the balls, didn't you? For better or worse, no more pulling your dick. The last remaining Heather. I swear I had. Oh, gosh, I had another thing pulled up. Maybe not. I don't know. I had like this. Oh, I can't find it. I had this kind of like, I think it was a video of the Charmed cast at they were at a convention. They were doing a panel and they were like setting the record straight on Charmed. Didn't we watch Heathers at movie night a couple months ago? Yes, we did. Thank you for this. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Where did I save this freaking video to? I can't remember. Okay, maybe I can just go here. Was it in this? Oh wait. Maybe it's in this. Okay. So, Alyssa Milano claimed that Shannen Doherty created a toxic work environment. And as you guys know, in Hollywood, if a woman gets the reputation of being difficult, that is essentially a death sentence. So this started on 90210. Tori Spelling allegedly was jealous of Shannen Doherty, and there was really bad blood there, and it just got worse and worse. Shannen Doherty has owned up on her podcast to like she didn't handle things perfectly, et cetera, et cetera. But Tori went to her father, Aaron Spelling, and wanted to get rid of Shannen Doherty. So Shannen Doherty was fired, but then got cast on Aaron Spelling's next show, which was Charmed. And she made it 3 seasons before she had a sudden departure where her character is killed. I mean, like, sorry, spoiler, but not spoiler. They killed off her character, and everyone was like, what the hell? What the heck? What the hooey? And reports came out that, oh, Shannen Doherty is being difficult again. Oh, yeah, she is difficult. She has that reputation, blah, blah, blah. And Alyssa Milano made it sound as if Doherty had created a toxic work environment, yada, yada. Doherty says that Milano got her fired to become number 1 on the call sheet. So here's the timeline of things. Shannen Doherty and Holly Marie Combs had met in the 80s and became friends. And they were friends up until Shannen Doherty passed. Holly Marie Combs wrote a lovely tribute for her. And so Alyssa Milano said that them being buddies made her feel like an outcast on the set of Charmed. The fuck? Play. Play. Play! Why no play? Why? God dang it. Video currently unavailable? Why? Oh, you can't play it on an archive page? Damn it. How do I... Okay, can I do it if I do this? Will it show up? No, it just says unavailable. I don't know why. Damn it. Okay. Well, this is a TikTok of Alyssa Milano saying that working on Charmed was like being in high school. Yeah, maybe the original TikTok is just gone. So in 1990, Doherty gets the role of Brenda Walsh on Beverly Hills 90210. As the show goes on, she acquires a reputation for being a bad girl and feuding with cast member Jenny Garth. Garth has acknowledged the feud was mutual and is now long over, but Doherty got labeled with the difficult label, which is a death sentence for actresses. In 1994, the issues between Doherty and the rest of the 90210 cast come to a head. She leaves the show. There's definitely a time that I did not want to be there. Doherty said, I was unhappy. I was desperately trying to grow up, to figure out my spirituality, to figure out my boyfriends. I mean, I was a teenager, yada, yada. In the same oral history, Aaron Spelling makes clear that Doherty was not fired. She thought it was time to go, and the cast did too. 1998, Aaron Spelling cast Doherty as Prue Halliwell in Charmed. Her bestie, Holly Marie Combs, is cast as Piper. Doherty said that she was very trepidatious of working with Aaron Spelling again because of how badly she was burned on 90210. But she ended up doing the show. So, on her podcast, let me be clear with Shannen Doherty, there was an issue that was addressed where in season 1, Holly Marie underwent surgery for a uterine tumor. And Shannen says that she tried to come to her hospital room, but Alyssa Milano and Alyssa Milano's mom would block her from entering the room to sit with Holly Marie Combs. So she brings this up on the podcast, and she goes, it created a weird divide between the two of us that then continued throughout season 2, where I think I cried every single night. Okay, so she's saying that Holly Marie Combs didn't know that Alyssa and her mom were blocking Shannen, who had been friends with Holly since the 80s, from going into her hospital room as she was recovering from surgery. Holly Marie didn't know this and so was hurt by it. And years later, Shannen attempted to clear this up on the podcast. And some speculate, I think that's what they're getting at here on this episode, is that Alyssa Milano didn't like the fact that on Charmed it was Holly Marie and Shannen who were besties, and she wanted to like get in there. Isn't Alyssa Milano's mom notoriously a nightmare? Yes, I think so. Okay, sorry. I know this is like got drama and gossip and stuff. But if you're a Charmed fan, or if, I don't know, if you just like drama and gossip, hang in there because there's a lot more. Okay. So, 1999, Charmed is a hit. Everything's great. Milano says in an interview, "We're so lucky that we all have each other. We all have horses, so we all have things that are in common. Holly and I keep our horses at the same ranch, so we go riding all the time together, and we're very similar, and we're really close. We're blessed in that way. It's like a big slumber party every day. We giggle a lot." In 2001, Doherty leaves the show at the end of the 3rd season. What? Crazy. Prue sacrifices herself. The other two find out that they have a half-sister named Paige, who's Rose McGowan, and Rose McGowan then comes in and takes over for the next is on the show for the next couple seasons. Doherty told Entertainment Tonight in 2001, "I'm 30 years old and I don't have time for drama in my life anymore. There was too much drama on the set, not enough passion for the work." Okay, so the narrative of Doherty being difficult, this is clearly Doherty's fault, is revived after she has left now her 2nd spelling show. Milano said in an interview ahead of season 4, "I'm laid back and passive. I have my Buddha. I think it's unfortunate that she left and that she needed to badmouth everyone involved and the audience. She sounds really angry. I just hope I didn't contribute to that anger." Okay, so there's a Feud reboot in 2013. On Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, Alyssa Milano says she doesn't really know what happened with Doherty's departure. "I don't know if she got fired. We never really found out what happened. I can tell you that we were on the air with her for 3 years and there were definitely some rough days." In 2017, Shannen Doherty announces her breast cancer, which she was diagnosed with in 2015, has gone into remission. Milano says that she and Doherty have squashed their beef. "I think we're just at ages now that what happens 15 years ago or however long that was, it's irrelevant. I think that what she has gone through, motherhood in my life, I think it just changes people. I'm so happy that she's feeling well. I prayed for her every day that she would feel well. I can't wait to see her." In 2020, Doherty reveals that her breast cancer has returned and is now at stage 4. In June of 2023, Doherty says that her cancer has now spread to her brain and is terminal. She says she's still optimistic. "I don't want to die. I'm not done with living. I'm not done with loving. I'm not done with creating. I'm not done with hopefully changing things for the better. I'm just not done." So what she does then is she goes and creates a podcast, Let's Be Clear. iTurpo, thank you so much for the 22 months. December 2023. In a 2-part episode of Let's Be Clear, Doherty and Shannen and Holly discuss what they now feel was Doherty's firing from Charmed, which was done at Milano's behest. Holly Marie said that she had a meeting with producer Jonathan Levin where he explained what went down. He said, "We didn't mean to, but we've been backed into this corner. We're basically in this position where it's one or the other. We were told that it's her, Alyssa Milano, or Shannen Doherty. And Alyssa has threatened to sue us for a hostile workplace environment." Yikes! Was Alyssa's mom her manager? I found this clip, but I don't know if it's the one you wanted.
A lot of things.
Yes, I think this is what I had pulled to the side. Okay, thank you so much. Let me finish going through this, and then we go to that. I think it was a momager situation. Okay, yeah, I have a feeling her mom is Ruthless AF. Okay. February 3rd, 2024. At a Who's the Boss panel at Orlando MegaCon, Milano refutes what Combs and Doherty said on Let's Be Clear. Later, she posts her remarks at the con as an Instagram post with further statements in her caption. Okay. No. Okay, wait. No, it's okay because I clearly, you're all Charmed fans, so I knew this was going to come up in one way or another, and I want to be very thoughtful in how I respond to any of this. And I think we all know I'm talking about Shannen Doherty's podcast. So this is Alyssa Milano speaking, and she just posted what she had said. Shannen Doherty's podcast and Holly Marie Combs and Shannen doing it together, and things that Rose McGowan has said in the past. Rose McGowan is anti-Alyssa Milano. Also, yes. Didn't Alyssa end up feuding with Rose? Yes. So I'm just going to address it because I feel like if you can live with a certain amount of honesty and integrity, then you all deserve that. But I want to be thoughtful because I don't want to add on to anyone else's pain because I don't think that's cool either. God damn it. I keep forgetting that I can't click on it. Okay. Wow. Why is that what's pulling up? Fuck me. I should not have archived this. I should not have fucking archived this. So annoying. Why is it showing me Instagram like this? God damn it. You know what I'm just going to do? I'm going to do this. Alyssa Milano speaks on... When was this from? This was from... okay, who's the boss panel? Who's the boss panel? Alyssa. Oh, thank you. I knew one of you would come up with it faster than me. Okay. See, this is why I do my research ahead of time and pull things up, because if I try to do it in real time, it's so bad. You guys see you see that I am as ancient as Joe Biden. Okay. I will just say that I'm sad, and I don't think it's really that I'm sad for me or for my life or how it does, and it does not affect my life. I'm the most sad for the fans. And the most sad that a show that's meant so much to so many people has been tarnished by a toxicity that is still to this day, almost a quarter of a century later, still happening. And I'm sad that people can't move past it. And I'm sad that we all just can't celebrate the success of a show that meant so much to all of us. And I think when I think back to that time, it was hard for me. And I have worked super hard. She's not like addressing anything specific. And I've worked super hard in my life in the last 25 years to heal all my trauma. And that's not just, the trauma that I had experienced while shooting, but all my trauma. And I've worked really hard to heal bits because I understand that hurt people hurt people. And my intention is to be a healed person that helps heal people. So it's kind of how I feel. Do I wish that we could all sit on a stage? Yeah, because again, this was like almost a quarter of a century ago. She just keeps saying like, this was so long ago. Why can't we move on past this? We've all grown up. Like, why? This shouldn't matter anymore. That's the vibe that it's giving. It's giving guilty. You're doing just fine. No worries. Well, thank you. How is it possible to continue to hold on to that? And I think I've been very upfront and taken accountability for and apologized for whatever part I played in the situation. And I've been very forthcoming about that. Girl, I don't think so. Because it sounds as if you were saying recently, I don't know why she got fired. I don't know if she got fired or she quit. And so I don't know how else to fix it. I don't even know if I could put myself out there any more than I already have to try to fix it. But yeah, it's heartbreaking. Okay. Great. So, she posted this on Instagram, and then in the caption she wrote, I don't know one other show that has had the success that Charmed had where the cast still speaks ill of the experience a quarter, I don't know what that's supposed to be. a quarter century later, maybe? This was so long ago that any retelling of these stories from anyone is just revisionist history. Milano refuted Combs' story, saying instead that things were so bad on set that the show hired a third-party mediator. There was a professional mediator. I was told that Holly and Shannen would not participate in any mediation. An on-set producer and babysitter who were both brought in to investigate all claims. It was then recommended by this mediator, after collecting testimony from cast and crew, what changes should be made if the show was going to continue. The studio, Aaron Spelling, and the network made the decision to protect the international hit that was Charmed. I did not have the power to get anyone fired. February 5th, 2024, the Charmed panel at MegaCon runs. Doherty tearfully defended speaking her truth. Okay, so that's what this clip is.
Listen, individually, a lot of things have been said. And
so that is Rose McGowan, Shannen Doherty, and Holly Marie Combs.
A lot have been very hurtful.
Tell 'em.
I'm going to actually read something right now
Tell 'em.
that I wrote last night for all of you. Holly and I, we were not mean on the podcast, my podcast, let's be clear. In fact, we went in and we edited out anything that we felt would cause more drama. We simply told the truth because the truth actually does matter. But we wanted to try to save you, the fans, from heartbreak as much as humanly possible. At this point in my life, with my health diagnosis, I'm sorry if I start crying, with fighting horrific disease every day of my life, it is also incredibly important to me that the truth actually be told, as opposed to the narrative that others have put out there for me. We told it together, we told our truths, and we are standing by our truths. There is no revisionist history happening in the truth that I know we told. There is no brush flinging or shoe flinging.
Yeah, I mean, the three of them have done multiple Charmed panels together without Alyssa Milano, so you have to wonder.
There is no
who.
There is no mediator
who
for
the
months on
problem
end.
was.
I recall the facts as if I were still living in them, and what I will say is what somebody else may call drama is an actual trauma for me that I have lived with for an extremely long time. And it is only through my battle with cancer that I decided to address this trauma and be open and honest about it so that I could actually heal from a livelihood that was taken away from me, a livelihood that was taken away from my family because someone else wanted to be number one on the call sheet. That is the truth. Thank you, ladies. And I will say one last thing.
Yeah. And look, I just gotta say, I agree with you where Shannen was dying. What the fuck would she have to gain from lying? Yeah. Shannen Doherty isn't the only person who, as she's facing the end of her life, is coming to the realization that they want to tell the truth. They want to set the record straight, because it's like, you know what? I'm going to be gone soon. So I'm just going to say everything, and then I'll be gone and you all can make up your minds. But I can't leave here before I have finally felt like I got to be honest, that I got to either own up to things that I did that were wrong, or ways that I was wronged and how it affected me. Like, I'm just going to say it all. I'm just going to put it all out there. And that's what she did with her podcast. A lot of celebrity podcasts come and go. A lot of celebrity podcasts are just, either PR grabs, they're, quick money-making ventures. It's something that, like, every celebrity at one point started a podcast. But the celebrity podcasts, like most celebrity podcasts I've found, are not, they're not so authentic and honest sounding as Shannen's was. I haven't listened to every episode, but I've listened to parts of episodes. And whether she's talking about her career, her personal life, her struggle with cancer, whatever it is, like, this is clearly a woman who isn't worried about curtailing herself, isn't worried about censoring herself, doesn't need to do that anymore because she doesn't have a lot of time left. Hi, Miss Kwan. Hello from France. I love you and what you bring in here every time. Keep it up, Queen. Bonjour, Crapuche. Bonjour. Bienvenue. She is not hiding anything anymore.
For a long time. We've done it for as long as we could, both of us, all of us. And there's a great comedian named Cat Williams. Has a wonderful, wonderful saying, winners do not let losers rewrite history. And with that,
I don't know any of the charm drama, but based on what I've been hearing so far, it sounds like Alyssa's mother might have been the influence, Alyssa being the problem in their relationship. Yeah, I mean, she being a momager, being someone who was heavily involved in Alyssa's career, and as we know, momagers are usually insane and usually cause hella problems and are not the type of women who think that you should support women. And are instead like, there's only room for one, and that's going to be you. Okay, so I think this was the last of this. Pretty sure. This Charmed panel from February of this year, where Shannen Doherty responded to Alyssa Milano. And that was the clip that we just watched. And then... I think she posted about Alyssa Milano, Shannen Doherty. Yeah, so she paid tribute to her former co-star. It's no secret that Shannen and I had a complicated relationship, but at its core was someone I deeply respected and was in awe of. Is that why you wanted her off the fucking show? She was a talented actress, beloved by many, and the world is less without her. I was in such awe of her. I respected her so much that I was like, she's gotta go. She has got to go. Milano and Doherty starred alongside Holly Marie Combs in Charmed, in which they played a trio of magical sisters from 1998 until 2001. Okay. As Milano referenced in her statement, she and Doherty had a complicated off-screen relationship for years. As always, I wish Holly, Shannen, and Rose peace and light in their personal and professional journeys, Milano wrote on Instagram at the time. I just want her full fucking post. Was that the whole post? Maybe that was it. Oh, wait. She didn't make a post. She sent Variety a statement. Oh, sorry. Beep boop, beep boop. This literally says Milano said in a statement provided to Variety. Heather actress made a whole couple paragraphs and they hadn't even spoken in decades. I know. Oh, good point. Watched Charm for years. My wife, then girlfriend, started me on it, and I kept up and became fans of most of the actors featured. Love that show. I honestly felt like Shannen was not vibing with the cast. I thought she was the problem for so long. Then I learned about Alyssa later on. Some things clicked. Tonight, the rest is clicking. Thank you, Madam Kwan, for highlighting this. You're welcome. that's going to be the wrap up on Shannen. Sorry, I kind of feel like that was a mess. Felt like that was all over the place. So if you hung on for that, if you were along for the ride of trying to sort through this drama, as I was like, how do I find the Instagram post? How do I click on this? But anywho, my Charmed fans out there, my Heather fans out there, my 90210 fans out there, even though I've never watched 90210, we have laid the queen who elevated bitchiness to a whole new level, but who was also like had a warmth and was, in my opinion, the best character on Charmed. She was my favorite. And she just she was the core. She was the core of that show. We have laid our queen to rest, and now we're going to move on, and I think we'll watch the next part of the plagiarism video. I don't think I have it in me to watch the whole thing because it's already midnight, because I started stream late, but we'll watch some of it. I like that I'm treating the plagiarism video as if it is a season of television. I can't remember. Did you mention the judge officially being recused from the YSL trial on Monday? I don't know. Did I? I can't remember either. I don't know. There's certain things that I will
The video was uploaded.
That I will read or that I will pull up, and I can't remember if I've covered them or not. I'm like, I think so, or maybe not. Yes. HBOMB video chat, except no, because we're going to watch some of it. The man makes vids with more content in it than multiple vids of other people. He really does. Yeah. So I'm also aware of the Cody Co stuff. I have not watched the D'Angelo Walls video yet, but I've seen people talking about it. So I also want to get to that video soon. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll cover it. It's also saddened me because I've seen people online like saying that people don't care because a lot of people don't like Tana Mongo, which is horrible. It doesn't matter if you like the person or not. If they were preyed upon by an adult when they were underage, that's horrible. So I don't know. I haven't seen any of those posts of people being like, who gives a shit? It's Tana, who cares? But that makes me sad for her and frustrated for her if that's what people have been saying. It's really gross. Hassan and Alex just covered it thoroughly. Yeah, I will still cover it. I will still cover it. I don't know Cody Co, so I don't have background info on him necessarily, but I still think it's important because it involves this really big creator and one who deserves to be called out for this, you know? Tana's been through a lot of shit that people write off because they don't like her. Yeah, we can save this discussion for tomorrow, but when I saw that, I was especially like, I don't know Cody. I don't know Like, I don't even know him as a creator. I don't mean I just don't know him as a person. I literally don't know anything that he's done. I know his name because I think my sister is a fan, or was a fan. And I don't really know Tana outside of the various crazy things that she's said and done. But I also think, like, it's important to remember that she's been in the content influencer scene since she was a teenager. She was around the Paul brothers. Like, yeah, she was doing and saying stupid shit, some pretty awful things, but also seems to me like she's grown up a bit and should be allowed to mature and change. But regardless, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if she's a shitty person. Doesn't matter if you like her or not. What she said happened to her. What she said Cody Co did is something that should be condemned regardless. Okay. Anyway, we'll save the rest of that conversation for tomorrow. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I went to just play whatever was last on my Spotify, and and it was that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Wow, that was horrible. That was atrocious. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, I shouldn't have derailed us by quickly mentioning the Tana thing without us actually covering the whole thing. So let's just move on from it until we discuss it tomorrow. Okay. We will cover it tomorrow. All right. So I'm trying to remember. Okay, we got to the Illuminati part. YouTube content mills, Cinemassacre, and Philip. Okay. I remember every single thing.
Uploaded on September 29th, 2022, and that animation of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022, and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience busy. Ooh, that's a good chunk of change right there. But then in March of this year, the video disappeared. Any links to the video took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable because of a copyright claim.
Oh, usually this section's about what's his name? Internet historian. Yes, internet historian.
With really popular videos though, YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention, but this was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here? Let's look into this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited doing business as Minute Media. That's what DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So did he—
Wait, that was a shot at Hassan? Wait, what was? What was the shot at Hassan? Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Absent reactions. Oh, wait, I thought that was XUC. Wasn't this an XUC thing? Wait. Wasn't that say XUC reacts? Alright, whatever.
DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images or the YouTube channel's footage? Well, it doesn't look like—
You know what? To be honest, it was probably a dig at all React streamers. Just going back to that big debate of streamers reacting to YouTubers' videos and then posting their reactions on their YouTube channels where they have millions of followers and then getting a lot of views from that, making money off that, blah, blah, blah.
Like the channel has ever covered Floyd Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation. Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh. In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just—
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel.
Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing about gas torches. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Whoa. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. Somehow.
Caroline, you literally did an archery workshop. I know. We should just use that for everything. just bring that line in all the time. Caroline, you did an archery workshop. Is this Internet Historian's video that he's showing us right now? Just so I can clarify. Or just so I can be clear. Yes. Okay.
Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story. So, of course, they're going to be similar. That's a good point. You're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources or recounting the same history and telling the exact same story in the same way using the same same words, and if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd.
Okay, another question. Since you guys are way more in the know about these things than me, was this the first time that this had been exposed in HBOMBER's video, or had this previously been exposed? That this video, Cave Story, that Internet Historian did, that obviously was a huge hit, huge video, was word for word and structurally stolen from this article. It was known, but nowhere near as much. Okay, so it was previously exposed, but it wasn't until this plagiarism video that a lot of people realized that this had just been straight plagiarized.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are quite a bit different. Instead, it's copying the article visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long. If I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be...
And you want to know the thing? The thing is, if this had been a 10-hour video, motherfuckers would have watched it. You guys would have watched all 10 hours, and you would have watched it multiple times.
Carried away. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins's leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take, and the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land, which he named Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later named Sand Cave once he became trapped. This is covered in the article as well as being common knowledge about this story. Internet Historian treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about.
Hope Chicago,
this
thank you for the
nitpicking.
prime.
Okay, it is, but this is the cave in Man in Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed, because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found this hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the mammoth cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other nearby caves because the names are similar and they're so close by. So it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system. But I do find it really funny a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, everybody. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length, a compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really talented writer and researcher. He was the articles editor for Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories. And I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him. Doubtless more than Riley ever made for writing it in the first place. Internet Historian sometimes cites his sources when they come up. He'll have text saying where...
Yeah, that feels... This is obviously worse than what Illuminati did, because Illuminati, even though she straight plagiarized, at least made it seem like she was citing her source. At least, like, the source that she got her information from, even though she just plagiarized that information, is named in the video. Versus in this, there's no mention of the original article, which feels even more nefarious. She was plagiarizing pieces of media, not a single article also. Yeah, true. RJ, thank you for the 3 months. Like, she at least said there was a source. Versus this guy just ripping an entire article and not even trying to, like, hide the article source at the bottom, which speaks to his absolute narcissism, you know? Because with Illuminati, she put that in case people came at her. And she's like, look, I cited my source. You can see it right there. I cited it. With historian guy, it seems like in his mind, he was not even worried about anyone trying to come at him because he's such a big YouTuber. Like, who is this guy? Who even cares about the journalist who wrote this article that I ripped it from? Nobody gives a fuck
where it's from, and that's a good practice. But this makes his choice to never cite or mention Riley obvious. He's trying to hide it. Sometimes the way he tries to look like he's done research and wrote this video himself is very funny. There's a bit where he's reading the article out loud, as usual.
Well, if he made it more entertaining, should we care? Just asking. Yeah. Yeah, we should care. The idea that he made it more entertaining when he put it in a different medium, okay? He took an article and he put it into YouTube format. But he took everything from that article. He took the words, he took the structure, he took the images, he took every single thing. He ripped off the work of a journalist who'd spent a lot of time, who no, that was his work. Straight up, plain and simple. You just can't do that. And he made a lot of money off of it.
Then pauses and acts like he's about to read something else and just keeps reading the fucking article.
Near the final...
He transformed the content quite a bit. He animated the thing with this fall under transformed content. Wait, are you trolling? No, what? You guys... No. No, he didn't cite this article at all. And he plagiarized the entire thing. Like, the words in his YouTube video are the exact words from this article. And on top of that, for the 10th time, he didn't cite this. So he is presenting this as entirely his own work. I think a good analogy is that movies have to pay to adapt books. Right. So there's no credit. there's no payment that goes to this original article. None.
Squeeze. Large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey
It's like
and another
making
worker spent
a
about
movie
an
out of a
hour
Stephen
in the
King
cave,
book without paying for
but
the
he
license.
heard Collins moaning ahead. So he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing a lot of research. He doesn't want to read you a good story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it. But this, the obvious fact it's plagiarism and it's wrong, that's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for ages. I'm gonna have a sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend.
The other big issue is the falsifiability issue. It's extremely hard to falsify or verify information when the sources are not given. Yeah, I think it's kind of just a 101 type of rule that if you are presenting a story that has facts in it, like it's a non-fictional story, it's very important to have those sources to show where you got that information from, because it's non-fictional. It's not fictional. I assumed he had read an old story about this like it was public domain when I first saw it. Yeah, I think a lot of people probably thought that. He has read stories he's found before. In this case, he pretended that he made this one in particular. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like to me, this is so cut and dry plagiarism, and also irresponsible to not include the sources so that people consuming the video can't find where that information is coming from. I'm currently listening to music, so I can't hear what you or him say, but I'm sure he's an asshole, maybe. Yeah.
To have read, and also my board games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game.
Do you think that Chatter's listening to Woman's
For my
World?
money, that's the best joke I've ever written.
Sexy,
Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism.
confident.
Let's get this set up properly. Aha. But then... This is a whole style of video now, and by style...
Also, I know I'm pausing it a million times, and this video is very long, but just as a rule of thumb, if you're watching anything, or if you're reading anything, like if you're consuming information, it's good practice to see where that information is coming from. Because if it's coming from bad sources or very clearly biased sources, then you need to know that, you know? You don't want to just take something at face value without knowing what the sources are.
I mean, one person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism unless you call it the bread tube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a bread tube is. I just woke up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, internet historian tweeted about the video's disappearance, but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got claimed, but he chose not to say why, so his audience could freely speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed pro-sport Doherty is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine. What an interesting audience he's built. All this needless speculation has helped to create a smokescreen. People assume the video was taken down for a bullshit reason and there is no clear explanation, when there is one, and he didn't give it to them on purpose. Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact. Like dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient stuff. And some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it, just sitting in a random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So, thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a cop.
He just ignored this and his audience didn't care. You mean the guy whose audience got anti-Semitic when they saw that the company that took his video down was based in Israel? You mean they didn't care about him plagiarizing?
Copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more information. They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems. Internet Historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money, and bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders?
How am I supposed to feel about this?
Because he ripped someone off and he doesn't want you to find out. That's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one.
Needing to
but
be
then,
told
2
how to
days later,
feel.
it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back up, but only unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his torso.
He flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed the words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp.
And now that's
Miller
the
thinks for a moment,
transformative content we love.
then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught. But now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole this now. You can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent.
Is this video up
So Miller
now?
took a few mental notes, and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other 3 men were flat on their backs.
It's still up.
I want to get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours. His voice disappeared. His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his ankle.
Yeah, because that journalist is an actual writer and actually did the work of researching this story and then articulating it in this article to to leave an impression on the reader. That's a clear...
This is vivid storytelling. I can feel myself going insane, even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours.
Of course there's a clear
It's a really
difference.
good passage. Internet historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Out.
Bro, he didn't even bring the thesaurus out for that. Like, at least bring the thesaurus out so you find a more elevated word.
Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle.
Like,
Here he
shriek.
remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to
Screech,
tell the
yeah.
same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective. The feeling of being stuck in that cycle for dozens of hours is gone. It's quite difficult to take a story you got from an article and tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative
He
he
went
was,
sleepy
just
time,
how
he went
much he
wakey, wakey,
relied
then
on
he went
Riley's work, even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place?
ELPA
This is so
dog, thank you
lazy.
for the
What
2
is wrong
months.
with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me. It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference humor.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's article was too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away, and all they could do was leave for now and rest.
Since it can't use any of the clever words it stole anymore, the whole thing's been dumbed down.
Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position. So Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Imagine sitting down to watch your favorite show and the streaming service has replaced it with a different cut where all the characters talk like idiots now.
You made me look bad. And that's not good.
I feel bad for the people who enjoyed the original. People in the comments and on...
I gotta be honest. Stop it. I gotta be honest. It's kind of like when shows are dubbed, okay? Because even when shows have subtitles, because a lot of times the translation just doesn't work. And so you're watching a show and the emotion is not hitting because the dub's not hitting, or because the subtitles aren't good enough. Which, that's not the same thing as trying to fix plagiarism, but yeah, you can tell when something is lacking from what it's when changes are lacking from what the original version was.
On the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know
worse
why
nowadays
because
they
he
do
didn't
AI
tell
machine
them. Why is the
translations
new
a lot?
version of the
Yeah,
video unlisted
they
and
do.
not public? Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly, by being so much worse, it kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up, but if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10 plus
My husband
million
worked at
people who saw
Funimation.
it the
They'll
first
change wording
time,
to
potentially
match the
even
mouth
more
flaps.
than once,
Yeah, we were
wonder
doing that
why
today in
it's
the
different
studio.
and look into why and maybe find out. But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist, but as quietly as possible, so no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation, and I don't envy him. But he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing to ruin his own video and let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did. To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change, but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted,
That's why
and
good
in this version,
translators
just
do
to be
not get
safe,
enough
he also
credit.
cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just put "Thanks to Boomstick Gaming" in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done.
More interesting writing from Lucas Riley can be found at...
Though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really noticed the video coming back are the hardcore fans.
Oh my
This was a
God.
real clever boy move. If I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing, this is how I'd do it, and all I'd have to do next was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. Ah, my knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA poang to make room for this beanbag chair,
obviously,
and it's rubbish.
Obviously, not everybody who watched Internet Historian was an atrocious piece of shit like that. But it's just an example of how when you're a content creator, if you are found out to have done something bad, whether it's whether it's sexual misconduct or plagiarism, or you're just a raging racist, your audience is who fuels you. You're not beholden to studios like an actor would be. So, if an actor gets found out for bad behavior, they are, it's harder. It's harder to just immediately breeze through it because they're not fueled by viewers the way that content creators are. You are your audience. So if your audience still is consuming your stuff, if there's platforms that will have you, then it doesn't matter. You can keep going. And that's why he didn't need to address anything. Your community is a reflection of you. Yeah. Now, for someone like not HBOMBER, for someone like Internet Historian, it's not as it's not as monolith as like a Sneeko, for instance, because a lot of y'all in here watched Internet Historian videos who I know you're not Nazis. So it's not to say that it's like as like that audience is as dominant in his audience as like Sneeko's is. That's his entire audience. But there's enough people who they don't care if he doesn't address the plagiarism. They don't care if he has some pretty seedy views. It doesn't matter. I liked IH before I saw HBOM's vid. I never knew about his older openly right-wing stuff, just that he was doing historical vids like this one. Yeah, that's a lot of people in here who watched Internet Historian vids. He cultivated that audience. His older content was way more explicit. Now he's more subtle, but that audience never went away. Gotcha. Cancellation isn't a thing for content creators when they're able to keep having a platform. Yeah. That's the truth. That's what I said about Dr. Disrespect. Where I was like, yeah, he might get demonetized on YouTube. I don't know. He might lose sponsorships. Yeah, like corporations who look at him and go, nope, that's bad for us. But as long as he has his audience, Jesus fucking Christ, as long as his audience isn't going to abandon him, then he will always have a career.
I love sacks full of balls, but not this much. Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh,
great cut.
Jesus. Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice. And maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs, Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers. My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime, I'm very happy to accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from 2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump me up. Now, what's the first place one? And how do I destroy it? Oh, it's the steamed hams one where an animator did like 1 million different styles. That one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video. Well, I guess I'll settle for second place. This time. So, there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism, why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the ways it can result in destructive results. With these 4 examples, I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse. There's no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else?
He's
Congratulations,
so cheeky.
You figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit? It was real the whole time!
He's breaking the fourth wall!
Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton.
Oh shit. So is this who he just goes in on for the rest of the video?
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and
I do
film
not
school
know
grad.
who this guy is.
I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video
God, that is too funny. Yeah, hi, here's what I do for my job, and I'm gay. Like, being gay, also my job.
Essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Somerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube, in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams. The man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit.
Wait,
initially,
that's
the
what,
revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation.
Firian just went to.
But by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. And Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into...
Okay. That's wild, because look, when you're a live streamer, you mess up all the time. I mess up all the time because you're trying to remember things. You're looking at a million things. It's happening live. You can't edit yourself. You don't necessarily like check on something before you repeat it. Chat will catch me on things. Thanks. I genuinely mean it. Like when I accidentally misremember something, you guys are like, oh, it's actually this, blah, blah, blah. But doing a YouTube video where you are talking about one thing in particular that you are, you've edited it so you can catch yourself if, oh, I said that date wrong. Oh, I misremembered that person's name. Like you ostensibly have a script in front of you that you're working off of as you're doing a video like this. You'd hope a video essay was researched and vetted. Yes. Like if I ever have time to start doing video essays for YouTube, you best believe that shit will be cleaner than my live streams are. Like one of the things that's tough with doing live stream cuts to YouTube is that even though I try to research my subject, a lot of it is us like reading things together on stream. Like I'll be like, okay, I have this article, I have this video, blah, blah, blah. And then it'll be me trying to like fill in holes or provide extra context. But there's only so many things that I can 100% accurately remember. So sometimes I'm hemming and hawing. Like Hassan's videos have the editors correct him if he gets some detail wrong. Yeah, exactly. So like sometimes my YouTube editor will show me the cut that she put together of a live stream I did. But the thing is like, it's all what it was in the live stream. So it's not an edit in a way that if I were doing the YouTube video and not taking it from a stream I had already done, I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't like the way that I said that, or that was phrased weirdly, or actually that wasn't right. I can go in and edit it for the video and it'll be seamless type of thing. It's the difference between remembering things live versus doing research and writing a script for a video essay. Yes, which is why it's astonishing that this guy in his video essay got something like that wrong. I didn't know that fact because I haven't researched this story. I don't know the history of gay Disney night. But I would know that if I were specifically making a video essay for YouTube, looking at queer culture and Disney, or at least you're open to being fact checked. Yeah, I think as a live streamer, it's very important to be open to being fact checked. Because a lot of times, you know, we don't know that we've said the wrong thing, either because in our brains we thought we said one thing, but then it came out another way, or because we're just misremembering, and it's important to correct that information in real time, because you guys are listening to me, you're consuming what I'm saying, so it's important that like we get the facts right. All right. Anyway, love those of you in chat who are saying that I am perfect, that I am flawless, that I've never done anything wrong. Well,
to a more family-friendly affair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over.
Sexy
Gay Days is actually a completely separate
confident.
event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started before Gay Night and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Summerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing
gay, by the way?
homosexuality that early.
I think
Japan has certain laws.
I think last time we were watching this, I remember in chat people he's bi. Oh, he's bi. Okay.
Such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be
Sorry,
aired on TV.
bi-erasure.
This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime.
Always
in order
doing
for the quiet part
bi-erasure.
to be as loud as the
Classic.
creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Summerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Summerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel. I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit, but I don't plagiarize. The one time that there actually was plagiarism,
it's kind of giving. I'm not a pedophile because I'm too famous, because I would have been arrested.
it was by mistake,
It's
and I
giving
fixed
Drake
it immediately,
response.
and it is no longer in my video.
My last name is Quan.
And
think
the other
we're
two
blood
accusations,
related.
one was silly.
That's an
Well, I am blood
interesting way
related
of
to
saying
every
you didn't
Quan
do
on
it.
this planet.
When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached, there's not 3 or 4.
Summerton is telling the truth here, There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate homophobic
weaponized
campaign
identity
against a queer creator. And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping this possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened here, because his fans will threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to...
Yeah, listen, folks, you cannot cry victim because someone is, someone is part of a marginalized community when they have been victimizing other people from said marginalized community. Okay, it doesn't work like that. It does not work.
Contradict him. I'd like to take the opportunity to go through what happened here, so people can see what happened without it being filtered through James and make up their own minds. So let's clear all this up once and for all, shall we?
Hello.
In July 2020, Summerton uploaded
Soon after
Evil
this video
Queens,
dropped another
a queer
video
look at Disney history, a 1 hour and 8 minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload of the video has since been deleted for reasons which will become clear. As the video reached its audience, some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens by Sean P. Griffin. James opens with a present-day example of Disney being bad about gay content on their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Fantasy is often described as a method of escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living in a society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously his prospects brighten, though, when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle. He whispers to himself, "How delightful," and vows to arrange a rendezvous with the boy.
Most of this video...
It is kind of amazing how many big YouTubers were just doing plagiarism. They're just doing the same thing, where they take one article and they recite it word for word in their YouTube video.
Is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her soul, from looking sorry and saint-like to shimmying madly in excitement.
Throughout this video, James uses parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and is trying to get away with it.
In its use of vocalist Pat Carroll's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, Poor Unfortunate Souls is an unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it, he passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Summerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babuccio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Summerton removes all mention.
Why are these people so bad at summarizing and synthesizing? Because if you don't have an actual grasp of the information that you are attempting to convey in your video, but you're doing it through plagiarism, then you won't be able to summarize. You won't be able to synthesize that information because they don't actually understand what it is. Like, look, I'm not saying that this is not something that all of us experience. Like, one of the reasons why it's helpful having people like legal YouTubers break down complicated legal jargon or just put it in a way that us laymen understand is because for topics like the law, someone like me, I'm going to have a harder time breaking it down in my own words rather than just like reading you guys an article. Like I read a lot of articles like in the content that I do, but I can't always do a great job of then like breaking it all down in a way that's easier to understand. Caroline, this is why I respect so much the time and effort you put into researching topics for streams so we have a clear understanding. Yeah, it's too much time though. I'm trying to figure out how to do less because I'm sitting at my computer for way too long. It's always easier to be a good writer when you know. Right. So topics that I have a much clearer understanding of. Thank you, Hannah. That's very sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you. Topics that I just have a better grasp on, I feel much more confident breaking down the information and presenting it to you guys in my own words, like in a way that's easy for you to understand. Oddvok King, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Just read articles word for word and claim that it came to you in a dream. This is the problem when people who are business majors who took one writing class in college think they can make a video essay channel. Right. Like if you're doing a video essay, you need to have a strong grasp of the topic that you are covering. Like I'm never going to make a video essay on nuclear fission. Okay. I don't fucking understand nuclear fission. And even if I researched nuclear fission, I couldn't make an entire video essay where I'm not just reading, I wouldn't plagiarize, but I'm not just like reading to you an article going, okay, and so here's an article from the Science Journal that blah, 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 blah. But I wouldn't then be able to break it down or explain it in my own words so that it makes better sense. We appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Aardvark King.
And discussion of Babushio, but he still steals everything he says.
I disagree. Don't undersell yourself. All right, I'm going to make a video essay on nuclear fission.
To an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles, are superficial. A matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babushio meant by this, and that would give away James didn't write it. I didn't even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once. He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted.
People used to make up all sorts of crazy facts and historical events.
Too.
You're right,
That's
Haas.
not something you do by mistake. That's something you do when you want to take the credit.
We should just...
Which he does. In
we
future
should just be doing
videos,
that.
James talks about evil queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other
words
movies
are made
require
up
a bit
anyway.
more digging. In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies, especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy.
It helps if you have
Then
some background
I
experience
explained it to
understanding the
them,
topic before
and
tackling
they
something
came
new.
around to seeing it my way.
And everyone claps.
Yes.
James claims this video is his
Especially
work
if you're going
and
to talk
a
about
weird,
something in
bold
an
new approach to
authoritative
media,
way.
when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and
Unironically, I would watch
homosexual
the
to
shit out of
queer
that.
or LGBT.
You know, that actually could be a funny topic, a funny content idea. Me trying to explain something that I have really no understanding of, like football, for instance, professional sports. Me trying to explain the Lakers. I don't know.
BT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent
Explaining
acts
the
against
butt
LGBT
fumble.
people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced. Queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Somerton never mentioned the book
You've never
or its
stopped
author
beyond your own self and
anywhere.
research
There was
any
nothing
topic
in the
I've seen
credits, the
cover.
description, no
Always refreshing and
citations, no
self-aware.
mention of
Thank
his
you.
name.
I appreciate you.
Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a
Bring in
book,
an
but
actual
it's not
expert to review your
Tinkerbell's. It's
explanation.
Disney War, a commonly cited
So
source
how do you rate
in
me out of
videos
10?
covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and
It's like when
hundreds
my
of
mom
words worth
explained
of examples
Hawk
of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded that he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out he didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited, The History of Queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet. So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked at the description of the Unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking The Celluloid Closet in a familiarly vague way. Somerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying thanking the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing The Celluloid Closet and Unrequited side by side, like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both Unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and included these screenshots of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline. This tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after
Man, this
saying
guy
she was
is his
thinking of
own
checking
worst
the other
enemy.
video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid Unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism. That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want people who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers...
Okay, yeah, the death threat thing. Wasn't that also... was it Philip who also was like, I've been getting death threats? And then what I said, whatever creator it was that said that, it often feels like people who have been found out, love to pull the I'm getting death threats thing, where, look, I don't want to say they're lying, but it's definitely a way to make yourself out to be the victim, to make it that you're not actually the one who did something wrong here, because look at all these psychos who are now giving me death threats. And you have to wonder, for something like this, are these really the people who would be doing the death threats versus like, let's say you are a creator like Lindsay Ellis, who is pissing off a group of people, a certain group of people, for the things that she has to say, and not because she did plagiarism, who seem more likely to throw death threats her way. Someone who didn't do something wrong, but pissed off a group of people who don't like what she has to say, versus someone who clearly did something wrong here. And I'm not saying that people on the internet, in all corners of the internet, aren't throwing death threats over the most benign of things, right? Like, not that this was benign, but like, oh, if you tweet out, I love my coffee with cream, you might get a death threat. But what I mean by this is that it's just is a common tactic, common manipulation tactic. Yes. Reverse victim and offender. Yes. Where you come out and you go, I'm being harassed, I'm getting death threats, yada, yada, to take the heat off yourself. So people feel bad for you. Be like, oh, this guy's getting death threats? Come on. But have you considered that be gay and do crimes means plagiarism is okay?
Had been hunting down his home and work addresses. Any harassment or threats Somerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Somerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticisms, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Somerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway,
liars.
And starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers, and barely anyone had seen the thread until Somerton accused it of trying to kill him. Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Somerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he could have possibly gotten was the head of a targeted campaign against him, while trying to hide the evidence.
Diet Cola,
on the
thank you
other
for the
hand,
10
the
months.
author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Somerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed their username and locked their account. You literally can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Somerton's fans believed they were defending him from someone threatening his life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
Somebody watched my Evil Queens video, my video about Disney, and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism. Somebody
This guy
read their
sucks.
thread and
his
decided
haircut
to
sucks.
message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that. And some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah, that's the situation. That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply forgot to credit the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so I don't always remember.
The thing is, if you're lying in a video that, like, after you've been found out to have done something wrong, which he is lying in this video, then again, when he's talking about the death threats and it's hard to believe him because he's lying from the jump. He's lying from the jump, and he's trying to make himself out to be a victim who didn't do anything wrong. And actually, everyone else is doing wrong things.
Put everything in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his video to serious documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries, they're based on books that come out. And so, yes,
it's giving
going forward,
the Boy
I just
Who
want
Cried
you
Wolf.
to know,
Yeah.
my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different book and not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists? Somerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read it and realize he copied it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off of it. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is my own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from Babushio? He doesn't even try.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. So I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Somerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin. It sounds like Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has, based on the book by Sean Griffin, hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Somerton has...
Homie went from being called out for plagiarism to they're trying to fucking kill me.
Come up with new lies about it to try to make himself look better. On a recent live stream, someone brought up the old allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book.
What's up, you guys?
And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it.
We are watching the HBOMBER video, and if you're like, didn't this come out a long time ago? Yes, I'm behind on things, okay? I'm behind. I miss out on things. I'm like your mom who sends you a funny meme that she found, but that meme came out 10 years ago. Like, that meme is no longer funny, even though this video is still great. Let's be clear about that. Video is still great. But oftentimes, when it comes to internet things, I'm catching up. I'm catching up on like 20 years worth of internet stuff. So anyway, we're not going to finish this video because I'm watching it in segments. We're probably going to watch, like, let's see, what is this? 2:15. Okay. Maybe we'll either watch the end of here or there.
But I did have full permission from him before making the video.
The tweet about how he literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up.
Thank you again to
Anyone
Prezzo
can
for the
fact
raid.
check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person who criticized him simply didn't notice.
In the original version of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description.
Have you seen this, Grumpy Cat?
And so I
Love you,
took
Jinx.
down the video and I put it back up, and
Thank you for
somebody
the
didn't
raid.
see...
Back-to-back
didn't acknowledge
raids.
the based on the book by in the comments, so I took the video down and put it back up with the author in the opening titles.
Again, his reply to her where he acknowledged he hadn't and was going to
What's
is
up,
still
y'all?
up. For reasons
We're
I don't
making our way
understand,
through the
James likes
HBOMBER
to tell
plagiarism
obvious
video.
lies that make him look worse. This is why I felt it was important to make this
Which
video
I'm late to the
documenting
party
the
on.
evidence. Currently, the only version of events people are likely to hear is his. Even if it's easily disproven, who's disproving it? The person who noticed the plagiarism in the first place was threatened into non-existence by his fans, leaving his lies as the last story standing. There's also another reason why I'm not buying the "it was based on a book" excuse.
And then there was a video I made about Disney that was based directly on a book that I got the permission from the author to make the video.
Let's take that at face value. Okay, so this video is based on...
I think someone said in chat earlier, they were like, man, this guy spends so much time and energy on lying and trying to like manipulate and avoid getting in trouble. Why didn't he just spend that energy on not plagiarize, or why didn't he spend that energy and time on his videos so he didn't plagiarize, so he didn't find himself in this spot in the first place? And you're asking the wrong questions. That's not what it's about. It's not about a guy who needs to have better use of his time. Like he'll just figure it out and then he'll be fine. No. We all those coworkers that work harder to avoid work than just doing it. Right. Like people who have affairs, who go through all this work of lying and manipulating and hiding stuff. But it's like, why didn't you just break up? Why don't you just, why get yourself out of that situation so you don't have to have the affair in the first place? Because that's not the point.
On this book, based on it, word for word.
That was word for word from the book.
This is a lie, of course. He changed quotes so it sounds like he's saying them and altered a bunch of other words to try to make it sound different, but let's pretend it was for a second. Is it possible he really was just trying to adapt the book? James insists this is the case, but at this point, I'm not sure I can trust him when he says things. The author of the thread was just comparing the video to the one book she noticed, and mentions around the 53-minute mark he moves on to stuff not covered widely by the book, like Mulan.
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative.
First of all, it's a little bit weird that his video, word for word adapting the book, stops adapting it and starts winging it partway through. But let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be really fucking bad for him if it turned out he also stole the new stuff from somewhere else? Yeah, it is bad, because he did!
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described, a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Identity. Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described, a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie people could check. James, what were you thinking? What was your plan here? The section on Mulan is taken from an article at Shondaland by Asian American trans person Jez Tom about how the film speaks to their experience with gender. This section is almost word for word stolen from this article.
Mulan as Ping progressively works their way toward achieving manhood, which is defined by catching fish, carrying heavy things, and of course, wielding a big stick.
He makes a few changes, since this article is one specific queer trans person writing about...
I don't even know if I agree with that. What was the line? It was like, she's empowered by embracing masculinity, blah, blah, blah. Because the whole ending, like the scene where Mulan is finally outed as a woman, oh God, and goes to the palace and then saves the emperor. Like, it's her as a woman. It's her getting to be a badass without having to hide as a man. Like, the reason that she just disguises herself as a man is because she's going to fight on her father's behalf. But at the end, like, she outsmarts Shang Yu with her, she uses her fan. Like, the fan that previously was a symbol of oppression because it meant arranged marriage. It meant being forced into this life that she didn't want to be in, where she's just going to be a wife and, you know, live like that. the fan then at the end is something that she uses when Shan Yu, the original article was written by a trans person who was talking about the film, how the film spoke to them. Okay, fair. I don't want to at all denigrate somebody's personal experience with a film, because that's the beauty of art, right? That's why we say like art is inherently political, because art relies on viewers interpreting that art, interacting with that art based on their own experiences and ideologies and et cetera, et cetera. So people have different relationships with art. I haven't read the article, but yeah, as a trans person, whatever your relationship with a movie like Mulan is because of your experiences, yeah, those are your experiences. I think it was the one line, it said that it was not about her being empowered by masculinity. Okay, I think what I was responding to was what was in James's video that he ripped off from this, where he said that Mulan is empowered for embracing her masculinity with but like not understanding, I guess not understanding what the writer meant in the article, and so he can't actually like break it down in a way that doesn't make it seem as if, oh, when Mulan got to be a man, that's when she was finally empowered. They were saying that the common interpretation is that she's empowered by masculinity, which I don't think is the common interpretation. Okay. I see. He's okay.
How they related to the film, Somerton removes their personal experiences and moves on to the next sentence.
First, in Honor to Us All, the village women attempt to sculpt Mulan into an ideal woman. More specifically, an ideal wife. Mulan fails the test of womanhood when her meeting with the matchmaker goes horribly awry.
Sometimes, though, he keeps the stories in and makes a slight change.
Mulan's gender journey over the course of the movie feels very familiar to many trans and non-binary people.
Jesus! Is he really doing this instead of just crediting the person he got all this from? Well, yeah, he does this repeatedly.
Many trans men in particular feel a kinship with Mulan as the character prepares to convince everyone they're a man, practicing their swagger, affecting their voice to a lower register, and scrambling to settle on a boy name.
Somerton doesn't just steal...
Yo, this is also really nasty because a trans person wrote that article and is talking about their personal experience as a trans person and how they related to the movie Mulan. And James Somerton is not trans. So, like, there's a particular nastiness to taking someone's lived experience that you don't fucking understand, also misrepresenting what they wrote because you don't understand what they're talking about, because one, that's not your lived experience, and two, you didn't take the damn time to like actually understand that point of view because you just plagiarized it. And it's so gross. It's so gross to just completely rip all that without even understanding it.
Another article when he's done stealing from a book, he deliberately changes it to avoid acknowledging the original author and their experiences so he can pretend he wrote it. Just for the record, I found an article on another website that quotes this article by Tom. Here's how quoting works, James. It's clear who wrote this, and even links to it as well for the reader's convenience. Meanwhile, James just pasted these words into his script and read it out loud like he came up with it.
As Mulan acknowledges this failure in reflection, she poses a question that most trans people know intimately. When will my reflection show who I am inside?
It goes without saying you shouldn't just take stuff and reuse it without crediting them. Write your own videos, man! Well, maybe he shouldn't do that either, because if you've been paying attention, which you have, you notice this is the video where James said gay night was Lord Disney's brilliant idea because he loves gays so much. Is this part stolen? Well, kind of, yeah. Griffin's book correctly explains the gay nights situation. The part where James talks about this is in a brief section that appears to be written by him, connecting
Having
the
your
parts
trans
written by
experience and
Griffin
thoughts
and Jez
misinterpreted
Tom,
talked about by
where
sisters and
graced
basically
with a
part of the
whole minute
trans
and
star
30
pack.
seconds actually written by James. How nice of him. It seems like when writing his own new section to connect the two writers he stole, he wrote a half-remembered story about gay nights he got from the same book. So the part of the video that was technically his was full of obvious mistakes. This is, well, it's not a good sign. There's a bit of a theme developing. These guys don't know their history. They're copying it without really learning it. So when they try to be unique, they have nothing to say, and none of what they say is accurate. Around the time he re-uploaded Evil Queens, acknowledging one of the people he plagiarized, Summerton also unprivated the queerbaiting video, with what seemed to be no changes, except an acknowledgement at the top saying the stolen portion is based on the celluloid closet and its documentary counterpart. Before the video went down, the description didn't look like this. It just had a special thanks hidden at the bottom. So while it was down, he'd changed it. Looks like he settled on using based on as an excuse for stealing things when he's caught. I guess we should take a look at exactly how based on it is. The Celluloid Closet is a documentary about the portrayal of homosexuality across the history of Hollywood, with plenty of interviews with film historians.
Okay. Celluloid Closet. I think we might stop there because it's 1:30 in the morning and I've been trying to stick to a 2 to 2:30 a.m. bedtime so that I'm not just going to bed every day at 5 o'clock. So we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause. We will watch more. Hopefully tomorrow. Why is HBOMBER guy going in on these guys so hard? He sounds kind of jealous that he didn't think of doing lazy plagiarized content himself. Just saying he's awfully passionate with some of his petty jabs. You should plagiarize HBOMBER's plagiarism video to get back at that guy. You're right. You're totally right. Just putting it out there, Melania plagiarized and Trump got shot. I see the connections that you are drawing, and I think you are correct. All right, you guys. Did you post the VOD from yesterday? I did. Did it not post? Let me check. God damn it. I swear to God, I swear, after every stream, after I hit end stream, I post VOD. Unless there's special factors. Like, I don't know, if we watch a movie or something and I don't post those VODs. So I don't know why they're not posting. I'm sorry. Please know I do post it as soon as I'm done streaming. I don't know why they're not posting. Anyway. Okay. Who's live? Who's streaming? Oh, Scootish is streaming. He's doing a subathon. I'm gonna send you guys to Scootish. He's a sweet bean. He's a real sweet bean. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me for another stream. Another night of yapping and putting my brain through an obstacle course. Sometimes after I've covered a lot of topics, I'll finish stream. I'm like, my brain is like, that was a lot. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on at my regular time around 5:30, and that's all she wrote. That's all I got for you guys. So have a great rest of your night. Have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.